following is a special presentation of Riverfront Broadcasting Sports. It's time for Pierre Baseball on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Pierre Baseball is brought to you by Kathy Sunshine Properties, Kruger Contracting, Bank West, Overhead Door, Stalkin Peterson LLP, Shane's Pharmacy, and Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota.
Swings and lines this in the right center field. One run will come in to score. They will round the other runner. He will come to the plate. The throw not going to be in time. A two-run single for Parker O'Brien gives the Gubs a 9-7 lead.
Your baseball is also brought to you by American Family Insurance Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, CHS River Plains, Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, Ferding Electric, Pierre Closets, Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping, and AGE.
2-0 pitch. That'll be a line shot into left center field. That's going to get down for extra bases, and it's going to score Terwilliger. That's one way to bust out of a slump. Sunshine rounds second. He's on his way to third. The throw will come in. He will
Your
slide
baseball
in.
is also brought to you by Edward Jones Financial, Gales Gas, Lamb Motors, Xander Auto Parts, Comtech, Envirotech, First Dakota National Bank, Kruger Climate Systems, May Adam, and Hunsley Auto Body.
Here's the 0-2. Runner takes off. Terwilliger will sky this one out to center field. Out towards the wall. It is going to get out of here for a two-run shot for Cooper Terwilliger on an 0-2 pitch.
Pierre Baseball is also brought to you by Oahe Federal Credit Union, Kone, AirTech Heating and Cooling, Pierre Roofing and Gutters, Wagner Auto, the South Dakota Office of the Attorney General Division of Consumer Protection, and Todd's Electric.
2-0. It'll be a swinging base hit up the middle. Rounding third is Deal. The throw will come to the plate, but Deal slips and falls. The ball will still get away to the backstop. Deal will come in to score, and the Governors will win the ball game.
And now to the booth for the call of the game with KCCR award-winning sports director John Winkler.
Good evening here from Hyde Stadium here in Pierre. As we are going to get started a little bit early on this, I should say, Wednesday evening from Hyde Stadium in Pierre. KCCR 1240 AM 98.9 FM, your home for Post 8 baseball, as they will be hosting the Post 15 Sioux Falls East, who are currently coming into this contest at 4-1 on the season. They were in action yesterday and came up with a couple of wins against the Huron Tigers Post 7. They would win with a final of 7-2 and 9-6 Tuesday night. So it is right now a 4-1 start to their season. They would open the season with a loss to Renner Post 307, and that's how Post 15 East comes into this one. For the Pierre Post 8, they are coming to this one. They will still be seeking their first win of the season. They are 0-6 on the year. They would come off a couple of losses in really low-scoring affairs yesterday. 3-2 against Post 15 West, and they would fall in the second game of that doubleheader with a final of 3-6. Pierre actually led in the opening moments of that game, but it would be Post 15 that would get a 5-run inning in the third, and that would be all that Post 15 needed to get that win. They would tack on one more. Both teams did later in the contest. Wyatt Barichka with you. Big thanks to Emma back in the studio as we are going to get you set, and we're going to kind of just go as this start of this game goes. But let's take a look at how both these two teams are going to have everything set up. It'll be Carter Templeton on the mound for the 8s. He'll be throwing there to Sun and Shine. And taking a look at your post 15 lineup here. We'll get to the Pierre lineup for the field here in just a moment, but it will be Jude Timmett who will start things off, the first baseman. Caden Sporer will be the second man. He will play center field. The DH, Colin Linders, will be the third batter. Caleb Bunman would be for number 5 is Ethan Kettle, Number 6, Cade Meyer. It will be number 8 in the 6 spot, Hudson Weinballis, and number 8, Landon Dawson and Carter Brady will round up the lineup here for the post 15. We want to give a big thanks to all of our sponsors who make this possible, and the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard as we are going to get underway here. Carter Templeton getting the start. The 8s would only throw 3 pitchers yesterday, and a first pitch, and ain't going to be a man going on base. It will be Timmy who gets hit by pitch in the first pitch of the night here. So runner quickly already on first. Want to give a big thanks to John Winkler as well, who taking some vacation time here this week, and I appreciate him letting me call this game for him, and hopefully he is enjoying his vacation time. If you're tuned in, John, thanks for tuning in, as well as we're going to get a potential pickoff attempt. Nothing coming out of that, and it will slide back to first safely, and we'll still wait to see the first time pitch there to Kane Sporer, who will be center field, number 12 for the post 15, who are in their purple tops and gray bottoms. Here they got East on their uniforms, and it's going to be a swing and a miss, and Timmy goes to second, but nothing's going to occur, and it's going to be a 0-1 count for Sporer here in the second spot as well. And I do want to give a kind of a warning to our listening audience here. There is some potential severe weather that could be entering the area, so if the event, most likely it would be the tornado warning or watch, that we would potentially be off of the radio side of things, and another pickoff attempt there at first as Timmett will once again stay safely at first. But just for our listening audience, if those severe weather updates do come up as the night goes on, you can tune into our YouTube page, KCCR Sports. We will stay on the air even though that severe weather could potentially go on, as there's a swing there. Sporer will hit that foul, and that's going to be out of play and out on the hill for what will be strike 2, and it was 0-2 either way, but 0-2 count now for Sporer. Is Templeton trying to get an early out here for the 8s. Again, still looking for their first win of the season. They have played some close games, just not having gone their way. Man goes, and that's going to be a high throw down there, and Sunshine couldn't get there in time, and a man goes to second. It would be ball 1 on the pitch there. So man now in scoring position at second. That is Timmett, who, again, first pitch got hit by the pitch. And the count now is 1-2, and now you got to see Sun and Shine out there. He's going to be talking there with the Templeton, maybe just kind of settle in a little bit here for the 8s. 1-2 count, runner on second. It's Templeton. We'll check second now. Now he'll fire the 1-2 pitch. This is swung on. This is going to go to center field. Left field. It's Goodman who will put it away for out number 1, and that will leave Timmett on second. And that puts 1 out. And still 1 on second. So this will bring up Colin Lunders, who will be the DH here this evening in game number 1. 2 games here tonight, so we'll have both of those games here on KCCR and YouTube, online at Post 8 looking for their first win of the season. They are coming off of a sweep coming off being swept, I should say, against Post 15 West. Tonight they are taking on the East. First pitch and a strike for... So runner goes. Here's the throw down, not in time, and it will be I'm going to say that is strike two. But the runner is now advanced to third. That's Timmy, who has now moved around via the steals a couple of times. Their decent throw is just not in time for Sunshine to get to where they need to be. So now runner 90 feet away. Templeton trying to get out number two here. Is this one swung, and this is going to drop down for a base hit. That will score the first run of the night as it will just jog his way over to home, and that will be the first run of the game. And it comes in the first in a single by Lunders, here to center field, and that puts a runner on first. And still one out, and it'll bring up the number 4 hitter in Caleb Bunman. He'll play the catcher spot this evening. First pitch, gonna get the inside part of the zone for strike one. Again, really close games for Pierre this season, at least to start off. Again, they've had what has been described as a gauntlet of a start. Templeton will step off here, and really only one game has been kind of out of hand, and that was on May 29th against Post 74. Their games after that have been separated by 4 or less. As the next pitch going to be in there for ball one. And the count will go to one apiece with one out and a runner on second. Again, it is Bunman who he's going to be in the box, and he'll let that go by for ball two. 2-1 count now. Still, again, runner on first. That's Lunders who got the RBI single. Templeton now. Double checking first there. He checks for a third time. Fires the pitch in the dirt for ball three. So it's now a 3-1 count here for Templeton against Bunman, who has not really had to go after everything. Nothing so far. He hasn't swung yet in this at-bat. Again, Pierre did have 2 really good games against what would be a really good is a throwdown not in time, and so that is the 3rd stolen base of the night already, and we're just in the first inning here from Hyde Stadium. Looks like Post 15 East is really got that speed to kind of move around just a little bit. So it's a 3-2 count after the pitch. This is a swing and a miss for strike 3, and that will put out number 2 on the board. And that will be the first strikeout for the night for Carter Templeton. And this will bring up the number 5 hitter in the lineup, Ethan Kendall, who will be playing third here in game number 1. 2 outs, a runner on second. One has gone home so far, and that was Timmy, who got brought in on, got brought home on an RBI single. And I just want to give a heads up here. They are going to start weather coverage on 104.5 Capital City Rock. It looks like there is some severe weather in the forecast. We'll tell you about that here and take a look for that in just a moment. But we'll get back here to the action. It is ball 1 on that first pitch. 2 outs, runner on second. Again, another steal there for Sioux Falls East. Post 15. The 1-0 count. Templeton checking second. Now fires away. This is going to be swung on. Fielded there by Sunshine. He can't do it as it kind of bounces off his chest. And that will put runners on the corners at first and third. And a chance to really get out of the inning. And it will not be the case. 2 outs and 2 on here. 1-0 your score on your American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebind scoreboard. And now the number 6 hitter will be due up here. As it will reach first there, it looks like it is on the error that they're going to rule that first pitch in there for strike one. As Cade Meyer is up to bat here. And again, you can really kind of talk about standings and all these things, but really, when you've not really played many games as both these two teams have, runner is going to go. They're going to throw it down. Now you got a pickle here and putting it away for out number 3 as they throw down. Nice throw down there to from Sunshine, excuse me. And that will put the inning to a close. So the post 8, who had a few get on, only surrender 1 run. We'll step aside and get you to the bottom of the first. That's coming up next after this 90-second timeout on KCCR.
Building a home. It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention, it's a decision that, well, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota in Pierre is proud to sponsor today's game. Whether you're in the market for a brand new Ford, Lincoln, or Toyota, or a quality pre-owned vehicle, our team is here to get you back on the road in style. From tough trucks to family SUVs, we've got the selection you need and the hometown service you deserve. Browse online anytime at CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, where community drives us forward.
Hey you. Are you at a job that is fulfilling, has good benefits to support you or a family today, and retirement goes down the road? If you just said no, listen up. CHS River Plains is hiring operations personnel, drivers, and custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
Back here on KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM, a Riverfront broadcasting station is, again, we do want to give a heads up that severe weather coverage on 104.5 Capital City Rock. We are still live on KCCR. One severe storm to give you a heads up for, as a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Jones County in central South Dakota until 5:45 Central Time. At 5 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Westover, 7 miles south of Murdo. And if you want more information, go to 104.5 Capital City Rock. We'll resume action here on our video side of things and radio side of things. It will be Shufflebind who will be at the plate, and he will let the first pitch go by for strike one. As Pierre did do a good job, even though they had 2 left on. They did get out of that inning only surrendering 1 run. So we are making sure we'll get that scoreboard reset. There we go. It's a 1-1 count now. First opportunity here for Carter Shufflebind, and that pitch going to be thrown outside for ball 2. It's Carter Brady who will be doing the... I apologize, it's not Brady who's doing the pitching duties. Let me get that fixed there. It's a 3-0 count now for Shufflebind, and maybe looking to try to get a 5-pitch walk to start his opportunities at the plate here today. And it is Carter Brady who is on the mound. So it will be Shufflebind making his way over to first, courtesy of the 4-pitch walk. Or 5-pitch walk, I should say. And what will the post 8 do again? I know you're 0-6. You're still looking for that first win of the season. But again, it's really just the runs that haven't come across, and you've only been one game that's really kind of been more out of reach, and Brady will fire a first pitch there to Hudson Stocher for strike one. 1-0 on your American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard. 0-1 pickoff attempt, and nothing coming out of that pickoff attempt. The Shufflebein will make its way back over to first. Yeah, we'll reset things for Stoser, who is playing second. The 0-1, Shufflebein will go. It is swung on, and it's going to get through the infield for a base hit, and Shufflebein will make his way all the way to third, and it'll be a single, and Shufflebein, who was going for steal to second, does make his way over to third. So now you got runners on the corners and a runner in scoring position. And that will be Riker Edson, who is up now, playing third. And what an opportunity for Post 8 to maybe get their first run of the night. And if you get a pretty good one out there, you might be able to get two. It's a longer distance there for Sochers. There's a swing and a miss for strike one. 0-1 count, no outs and 2 on. And right now, knockout one. They're saying perfect start there. The pickoff attempt is going to go by the first baseman, and this is going to bring in the first run on an error, and it's going to be going to third is Stocher. So a failed pickoff attempt that was intended there for Timid against Stocher will result in Shufflebein going home, and the Post 8 now gets their first run of the night. And just like that, we are tied at 1 apiece here on your American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard, and that is the risk you take when you try to go for the pickoff attempt, and there's a swing and a miss there for Edson for strike two. So just like that, Post 8 can get a lead here in the bottom of the first with no outs, and a swing and a miss. Strike three will retire Edson there in the first. And now both pitchers have a strikeout to start this game. Brady again on the mound. He's throwing it there to Bunman. At first is Timmy. Wabalis is going to be at second. Meyer at third. Cannell will be at, Meyer at shortstop. Cannell is at third. And going to be a foul ball for strike one. It's going to be Sun and Shine, who is the fourth batter. I meant to say Shufflebein, who's the first runner. I apologize. Sun and Shine is up to bat. We'll get the rest of the fielding here in just a moment. Low and outside for ball one. Dawson will play left. Sporer is in center, and Brady. There is two Bradys out there. Or it's Wasman, excuse me, who is going to be standing in right field in the number 9 spot in the batting order. Another ball, so it makes it now 2-1. And only 1 out so far in the inning. Here is the 2-1. It's a grounder out to center, and the 8s will take a lead. An RBI single there from Sun and Shine. And the 8s take a 2-1 lead here in the bottom of the first on your American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein Agency scoreboard. Now, can you keep the momentum going? That is going to be the question. 2-1 is your score. As Post 8 now in their number 5 spot. Will Eilers at the line. And it's going to be a low and outside ball one pitch from Brady. 2-1 your score. Is the 8 surrendered 1 run. Had left East out with 2 on. And now Pierre is responding. The 1-0 going to be in the zone for strike one. So you see that close-up camera there for our video stream. If you're tuning in, we appreciate you tuning in. If you're on radio, appreciate you tuning in as well. The 1-1 thrown in there, swung and miss for strike two. And again, I just want to reiterate for our radio audience, depending on what kind of weather happens, any tornado warnings we will have to step aside for a moment for that severe weather coverage. And hold up there. That's almost a scary moment. He's getting back safely over to first with Sun and Shine, who it looked like it was going to be a pitch that might have gone by. It was low and outside once again for ball 2. But Sun and Shine gets back safely, and we'll keep things at 2 apiece. Another pitch outside for ball 3. Full count now for Will Eilers against Brady. The 3-2. Thrown, swung. This one going to go to center field. This one looks like an easy play, and that will be the case as Sporer will put it away for out number 2. And I'll keep Sunshine on. Excuse me, I'll keep Sunshine on first. So it brings up Jackson Goodman now, the number 6 hitter, playing left field. We got a runner on first and not on third is the first pitch. Swung. This one is going to be fielded there by Wybellis, who will throw it to second, get the easy out, and that will retire the first inning of this one. It is going to be with 1 left on, but Pierre gets 2 across home plate, and that is going to be your score, 2-1 in favor of Pierre. We'll step aside. We're back in 60 seconds here on KCCR, 1240 AM and 98.9 FM.
Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Step up to the plate with Kathy Sunshine Properties in Pierre, your go-to for buying, selling, and finding your perfect home. Whether you're looking for a cozy cottage or a spacious family home, Kathy Sunshine Properties has you covered. We're committed to helping you make your next big move, on the field or in your life. Ready to find your dream home? Call Kathy Sunshine Properties at 605-224-5588. Your home run in real estate.
And we welcome you back here on KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM, a Riverfront Broadcasting station, as Pierre gets 2 across, courtesy of a RBI single from Sunshine and an error on a pickoff attempt that brought Scheffelbein back home, or brought Scheffelbein home. And a Post 8, 2-1 lead here. Once again on your American Family Insurance, Brittany Shuffle and Agency scoreboard. And coming up to the plate here for East. Looks like it'll be. I want to make sure. Yeah, I was going to say, Cale Myers should be up to bat. That is the case. Again, it was a pick off on a steal that turned into a pickle for Canelo, which retired the top of the first. As we are should be in inning number 2. First pitch in there for ball 1. As again, Meyer will, yes, really technically a second chance, even though it would have been off a pickoff, and he's going to get hit by pitch, and that will put him on first. So that's the second straight inning where the first batter is going to get hit by pitch. And Hudson Wheelboss is now up to bat. He's playing second. As again, severe weather coverage is news director Zach Nelson. He's currently on that right now. Wheelboss, who will put this one into center field, is going to be putting it away as Hunsley, who had to go run down for that one, but he's able to get out number 1 and hold the runner at first, and that is another out, or that's the first out of inning of this top of the second. And that will bring now the number 8-hitter to the lineup. It's going to be, make sure I say this right, Landon Dawson for Sioux Falls East. Pickoff attempt is unsuccessful there from Carter Templeton. Again, we've already seen that one pickoff attempt has resulted in a run coming in. Now, you only got one runner on first, but still, you can see in that bottom of the first the risk that you take when you pick off in another pickoff attempt. And nothing coming out of that one. And right now it is Meyer, who is at first. Again, he was hit by the pitch to start the inning off. And Dawson's still waiting to see the first pitch. That will now be the first pitch. That will go low for ball one. Carter Templeton now will check first. Here's the pitch, swung on and missed, and that will be a strike. And might be confusion if that was a ball or a strike. And I apologize if I'm confusing. It was first pitch strike, so I apologize for our listening audience and visual audience there. Sorry, press box folks up here as well. The 0-2, and there's going to be a pickoff attempt. He got there. No, he didn't. He got underneath the tag. That was a close double right there, as it was strike three. And what an effort there by Eilers, who got there. He had the ball in the glove. It was just, Meyer just did a better job avoiding the tag. And that is out number two. And we should put in, it will bring up now Carter Brady. Or no, it's not Carter Brady. It is Wassman who is up to bat. And right now it is 2 outs and 1 on first. And a first pitch will foul off to the third base side. In post 15 East, 4-1 to start the season. They lost their opening game, have won 4 straight, including wins over Huron yesterday. Post 8 seeking their first win as they dropped a pair of games yesterday to Sioux Falls West. Another pitch is going to be in there for ball one. A 1-1 count. Top of the lineup is due up next here if they can get to the top of the lineup. Templeton fires it in and gets the outside part of the zone for strike two. What a pitch there by Carter Templeton. And now looking to put the top of the second to a close. 2 outs, 1 on first. 2-1 your score on your American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine Agency scoreboard. Fires it. And just high. Looks like a good pitch there, but they're going to say just high for ball two. He's getting the top of the order if he does get the opportunity. The 2-2 count. And got him, strike three looking. Got the outside part of the corner, or outside part of the zone, and that will put the top of the second to a close. No runs come across, and 1 is left on. As Carter Templeton, a great second inning there. The Post 8 will have its 7, 8, 9 hitters due up here after this 90-second timeout on KCCR 1240 AM, 98.9 FM.
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
Looking for your next new or used car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up all online. New or used, shop for it all online anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
Step up to the plate with Overhead Door Company of Pierre. Like your favorite team, we deliver reliability, strength, and top-notch performance. For over 100 years, Overhead Door has been the most respected name in the industry. From commercial or residential repairs to full upgrades, our team of technicians stand ready to provide winning results. Don't let a faulty garage door strike you out. Look for the signature red ribbon and call the industry MVP at 605-224-6200. Bring your garage door game to the big leagues.
Back here on KCCR, 1240 AM and 98.9 FM, a Riverfront broadcasting station, as we start the bottom of the second with your 7, 8, 9 hitters due up. It is Alec Eilers who is up to bat. He's right now in a 1-1 count now. Pierre leads 2-1. They avoided any runs coming across, and Eilers did go, so they will say strike two. It's a 1-2 count now for Alec Eilers. Brady on the mound. He'll fire it, and it's going to be swinging for strike three, and that will be a quick out. Number one there for Pierre Post 8, and that is the second strikeout here on, or the third strikeout, I should say, for Brady here today. Going to be Bridger Babcock now due up in this one. He is the DH here today. First pitch slow and inside for ball one. Again, when you really can get something going, even though there's a early out in this one, is the 1-0 pitch. Going to be low and inside for ball two. You had something going in that first, and I know I say it's the first, but still, when most of your games this season have been 4 or less runs that have separated a good record to start the season, is there's going to be a strike there for strike one. Here's just got to get there. Got to see some offense produce here. Again, only one of the games has been a 5 or more run difference. As the next one swung on, this one going to be fouled out as a car drives by. Those are going to be especially the location of where the stadium's at and everything. I can't imagine what cars must be feeling when a foul ball may be coming their way, but no, maybe that's where insurance will be helpful. This one going to be swung on and dropped there for a single. It's going to be Bridger Babcock who hits a nice one that just falls right perfectly where it needs to be. And it's going to be a single there for Bridger Babcock, and the runner is on first base. And that's Bridger Babcock and Porter Hunsley now. Your center fielder is going to round up the lineup for Post 8 with Carter Shufflebein going to get an opportunity unless a double play were to occur here. First pitch swung on. This one is going to get in between the second and shortstop, and that'll put 2 on. And that's a runner on first and second on a single.
The shortstop, number 10.
There's the saying, what is it? You can't eat the whole elephant. You eat it one little bit at a time. Why not take that approach? You don't have to get those amazing deep shot hits, but take what you can get. Now, runners on first and second. Shufflebein is at the plate, who did walk on his first at-bat, and he'll swing on this one. This will be fouled off, and I'll put strike number one on that scoreboard.
Foul ball can be returned to the concession stand for $1, courtesy of the lawn chair.
A 1 count, 1 out. 2 on for the Eights. Due up next is Hudson Stoser. This one is going to be fouled, as it was played there by, which not how it usually goes, but either way, it'll be now 0-2 the count. I don't wonder, Shufflebein really Want to get a big hit and maybe try to get at least a run to come in. Again, runner on second. Here's the pitch. This one is swung. Is this going to drop? That will. And that is going to load the bases up here for post 8 with Hudson Stosher coming up. He did single in his first at-bat. And the bases are loaded, so if you want an opportunity to put some runs on the board, this is your chance here for post 8. Hudson Stosher already 1 of 1 today, a single. And first pitch, gonna go to the outside and low for ball 1. I apologize, it's Carter Shufflebein. I'll get it figured out, I promise. That was Carter Shufflebein who got on via I'm going to say single, and pitch goes in there for strike 1. So 1-1 count, 1 out, and the base is loaded here for the 8s. Stosher. And that's going to get by the catcher. Here's a run. Can they get to the plate in time? And they're going to call him safe at home. And now here's going to be a question from Coach Dan for Sioux Falls East. And coming home will be Bridger Babcock. And now let's see what this discussion is going to be. Is the ump is saying it's safe. And Bonman clearly covered the play, but he's saying that Babcock did get to the plate, and this could be a minute before we get things settled in. But either way, that will put runners on second and third. I thought Bonman got there before Babcock, and a missed opportunity, and you gotta wonder maybe because there was like no opportunity because Bonman basically fell, and when he fell, he covered the whole plate, which is why I would have thought Babcock might have been called. But either way, that will allow Pierre to get their third run to come across, and that was a pass ball for ball 2. And next pitch catches the outside part of the zone for strike 2. You get one hit here. This could be a 5-1 baseball game in the second inning. Brady gets set for the 2-2. And it's going to be low for ball 3, and another opportunity to potentially load the bases if it comes to that, but I think you'd rather get the runs to come across here. Second and third, the runners are on. Stosher waits, swings. This one going to be bounced off the shortstop. 1 run will come in. They're going to try to get a second run, and they do, and an RBI. 2-run RBI is going to come in for Hudson Stosher. It could look like it will be potentially on the air, but Shufflebein and Hunsley will come across, and it's now 5-1 post 8. And they are going to say it is an error for Stosher, and Eaton is now up. He struck out in the first, and post 8 only got something going. Is the first pitch, ball 1. Can they keep it going is the question. Brady at 40 pitches already, and again, Pierre getting a run from Babcock, and there's a pickoff attempt, nothing coming out of it, but post 15 questioning the call that allowed Babcock to cross home plate, and after that, 2 more runs come across, and a foul will be fouled off the third base side for strike 1. The 1-1 with 1 out. Randy will get the call there from Bunman. All right, he fires it. Runner goes. Here's the throw down. It's not in time. And that will allow Stosher to get to second base on the steal. And that is going to be a 1-2 count. And Eason did not swing on that pitch, but either way, a runner moves up, and there you go, Pierre. You got another chance to get another run. The 1-2 in the dirt. That'll move Socher up to third. And so now he's 90 feet away instead of 180 feet away from run number 6. Right now it is just 1 out on the board. The 2-2 count here for Socher. Brady fires, swung. This one going to go up, and it's going to be a little bloop there for out number 2. And it looked like maybe he didn't know if he wanted to go for it or not, and that didn't allow the second baseman, Wybellis, to get the easy out there. And now Sutton Sunshine is going to be up to bat. So 2 outs on the board for Post 8, even though they have scored 3 runs in this inning. So far, 1 was courtesy of a pass pitch that looked like the catcher did beat Babcock. And this one going to be swung on. This is going to be going to the shortstop to Meyer. Throws it over for the easy out to Timmett. And we have played 2 innings of baseball so far. Pierre scores 3. 1 gets left on. We'll go to the top of the third. That's coming up next here on KCCR, 1240 AM, 98.9 FM. We're back in 60 seconds.
People helping people. Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do. Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back, the sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good, solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. With plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance.
Visit mfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company assigned its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Contact the Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, LLC, 224-6627.
Go to the top of the third as Pierre gets 3 across the plates to give themselves a 5-1 lead here in the top of the third. And again, there was maybe a dispute there from Sioux Falls East, who was saying there's no way Bowman did get there in time, but the did call it safe at home for Babcock and allowed that first run to come, and then proceed to have 2 more runs come across, and that's how Pierre leads 5-1 here on your American Family Insurance Brittany Scheffelbein scoreboard. It looks like you got a lot of bugs on that camera for our visual audience, and you know it is that time of the year where the bugs are going to get whole lot worse. And trying to get you an update with that one. Looks like I believe it was a thunderstorm or thunderstorm watch, but we'll get that update as soon as we know some more information. Again, severe weather coverage on our Facebook page and on 104.5 Capital City Rock. Again, for a visual or radio audience, if there is any sort of tornado, I believe watch is when, any tornado warnings, and it will be on the radio side of things, but we will still stay live here on our YouTube, KCCR Sports on YouTube, for those who want to get that live stream. 1-0 count, top of the order for Sioux Falls East, and it's a 1-1 count for Timmett. Looks like Carter Scheffelbein is really kind of settled now really into this game. At least right now in these first 3 innings, another high pitch there for ball 2. Again, just 3 pitchers used yesterday for Post 8. And again, this is part of their, what sports director John Winkler called a gauntlet of a start to their season, is that one's foul ball for strike 2. And what made it call it a gauntlet is there's kind of been, at least according to John, there's been some hype with the post 15 East and West this season, entering the season and potentially getting some big seed points. This one's going to be swung and can't get there is Shufflebind, and that will be a single there for post East and Tibbetts. We just saw Shufflebind trying to get there and just couldn't do so. I believe that should be a single for Tibbett, Jude Tibbett. So runner on first, no outs. This will put Sporer to the plate. Now you got a runner on first. It did get home in the first inning, and this one should be an easy out with number one. That's the case. And Sporer now has gone 0 for 2 here in the early going of this game. And now it'll be Colin Unders, who is up, who did get an RBI. Timmon did make his way to third on a couple of steals, which allowed him to bring him home on an RBI. Templeton checking Timmon up first. There's the pickoff, and almost a trip, and now that's going to allow Timmon to go to second. So it looked like they were wondering maybe interference, and that was not the case, but either way, that puts Timmon on second with 1 out so far. So runner on second with no outs. This is going to be put up into right field. Going to make the play is Eilers. He does, and that will put 1 away. Or excuse me, second out. Sometimes I get a little ahead of myself. 2 outs. Caleb Bunman is up. And Colin Lunders, who got an RBI, will now make his way to the dugout with that fly out. And Bunman now, who did strike out in his first at-bat, will look to try to at least get 1 run across here at the top of the third. Pitch swung, and looks like it was foul tip there for strike 1. 0-1 count and 2 outs. And Sioux falls east on a 4-game winning streak entering today. Pierre has played one more doubleheader, or excuse me, has played one more game, and is 0-6. Templeton fires high for ball 1. It's a 1-1 count now. Again, we'll try to get you that update, in particular with Jones County that had that weather issued to them. Pitch inside, but in the zone for strike 2. Good pitch there by Carter Templeton. And looking to maybe put into this inning of the top of the third. The 1-2. Templeton getting the sign there from Sun and Shine. Fires it. Swung. Oh, it almost got caught there by Templeton. Luckily, it doesn't do anything. Underhands it over to first for out number 3. And should have caught that replay. I apologize, but what a way to end that inning. As had to watch out there was Templeton, but puts the third inning, the top of the third, to a close. 1 run gets left on. We will go to the bottom of the third next here on KCCR 1240 AM, 98.9 FM.
Koenig of Oneida, Pierre, and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating, stop in and see us at Koenig with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
Back here on KCCR, 1240 AM and 98.9 FM. Due up for Post 8, Sun and Shine. Eilers and Goodman are due up here next. We do want to give a update with Jones County. The at 5:40, a severe thunderstorm was located 9 miles southeast of Draper or 14 miles southeast of Myrtle, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-hour in-wind gusts. The impact people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damages to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roof sidings and trees as well. This severe thunderstorm will remain mainly in rural areas of southeastern Jones and west central Lyman counties. That is the latest update I got there from Zach, who has done a fantastic job. And we'll see a first pitch go by for ball number 1. Again, our Sun and Shine Eilers Goodman are due up here in this inning. Here, good start. They want to keep that going here in this bottom of the third, and this is going to be a infield or single there, but I believe this is going to be an error for Sun and Shine. Somehow trying to swing at that, but either way, he reaches on first, and I guess you'll take whatever you can to reach first, and we'll see what they rule that as. I believe that's going to be that could be a reach on. And I apologize. That is Will Eilers. It is Eilers, but they're going to say that is a single. Pick off there, no good. So I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I thought it would be Sunshine do up, but it's Goodman. This one is going to get past third base, and that will be another single. So just like that, Pierre gets 2 on, and they have the bats going in this game. Here in game number 1, and they lead right now 5-1, and they do rule that as single. So a couple of singles here for Pierre in this early going in the third. Alec Eilers now is due up. Runners on first and second, no outs. Brady still on the mound. And first pitch is there for ball 1. Right now, Brady has thrown 50 pitches. This will be his 51st pitch coming up. The 1-0. There's a fire, then setting up a bunt, and that will be ruled for strike 1. So it looked like Alec was going to commit to it the entire way. The 1-1. For Alec Eilers. And they're going to set it up again, and they're going to rule that for strike 2, even though Eilers did pull it back, but in the zone. So it is a 1-2 count now. 2 on, no outs yet. 1-2, Brady fires, swung on. This could get in between. That's not the case. It actually falls out of the glove of Welbalis, and that will bring in the first run of the inning. An error there by East will allow a run to come in, and it's now Pierre leading 6-1 here on your American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein Agency scoreboard. That could have potentially been an easy double play there for East, and a slip there by the glove allows Eilers to score. Goodman is on second. And Alec Eilers, who did strike out in the first, is going to reach on an error to first. Bridger Babcock now is up, who did single in the second. 1 of 1 today as East disperses from their team huddle. And just trying to settle things down or figure something out. They're showing bunt is Babcock, and he will foul that one off for strike one. Up next would be Porter Hunsley. And coming up next is the last is 8-9-1. They have all at least singled once in this game. Babcock is setting up. There's a pickoff attempt, and nothing will come out of it. It's going to be safe there for Goodman. Oh, 1 the count. Babcock did set up for a bunt. We'll see if he tries to go for that again. He does. This one is going to be laid down, and Bowman can't get that fielded. It's a slippery baseball out there for Sioux Falls East, and it loads the bases up. Pierre is just everything you can ask for is going right for them, and now this is going to bring out Coach Dan for Sioux Falls East, and the bases are loaded, no outs. And Porter Hunsley, who has singled, will be coming up to bat. Yeah, it was just, cannot field it and not see if they would call that in error or what they called that, but either way, everything is just going right for the eights here so far. Is joining me now, Blake Dean. How you doing?
Good. How are you, Wyatt?
We are doing good here. And
I apologize for my tardiness.
It happens. It happens to everybody. As long as one of us was here, I think we were going to be.
You're paid to be here, so.
I was going to say, I probably do have the equipment, so it'd be a little bit hard for you to.
I would be very worthless if I was here by myself, so.
Well, you're coming in probably at a great time. I don't know how much you've seen, at least since you got here, but it has just gone perfectly. And as soon as I say this one is going to be flown out into center field, and that will be out number 1 there for Sporer, who finally gets the first out for East, and that will bring in a run. So make that now 7-1 here so far. But, they're just eating the elephant one bite at a time here is Pierre. And you got to be happy. 0-6 coming into this game. And, when you're seeing a game like this, obviously you want to hold on, but you don't want to surrender it now with the way that they're playing so far.
Yeah, they really have come out here and kind of put the pedal to the metal against East. Obviously, when you're throwing one of your top guys in Carter Templeton, that makes things a lot more competent for you.
And here is a bunt. There's a throw there to first, and they will get that one. And the other thing, Blake, is that it has been just a slippery baseball there for Sioux Falls East. There was a couple of bunts. The fielding has been struggles, and it's been just unfortunate bounces for East, and Pierre's obviously going to take advantage of that. But 2 outs, runners are now advanced to second and third, and coming up to the line, or up to bat here, is Hudson Socher.
Yeah, we'll see if Hudson can get a hit here. Anything to the outfield is going to score 2 runs for post 8.
All right, he fires it in and catches the top part of the corner there for strike 1, excuse me. I'm really getting ahead of myself here. Still working on the buttons.
So you got a lot going on over there.
It's my second time running this software, and I'm learning as I go, and it's going to be an outside pitch here for ball 2. Before I get a little ahead of myself here.
Yeah, I'll just try to take the pressure off any way I can. So if you need something changed on that end, you can just point at me or say a buzzword or something, and I'll just start blabbing away about nothing. So
I was to say, there you go. It's been a lot of severe weather coverage.
There you go. Yeah,
that's what we've been going to buy some time. And the pitch goes low again for ball 3 with 2 outs. on the board. 2 on and a 3-1 count here. Stosher will let it go by, and I thought that was a full count, but it is full count now.
Yep, now full.
There we go. Once again, I'm getting ahead of myself. It happens.
Just excited, and maybe you're a future predictor.
We'll see. I'm not going to predict this, but either way, this is going to get into the outfield. 1 run will come across, and it's going to be an RBI single. They're going to try to get 2, and they're going to call him out at home, but that was a risky opportunity, but you got to give credit there to Pierre for trying to do what they can to get some runs across.
Yeah, absolutely. That was right fielder was playing pretty shallow, and that ball was spanked pretty hard there by Stosher. Babcock was trying to score from second, and an aggressive send there by Coach River Iverson over at third. But regardless, Pierre gets 3 runs. 8-1 is our lead after 3 complete, and Post 8 is setting themselves up in really good position to get potentially their first win of the year if they can hang on to this lead.
Yeah, it is going to be due up here, if I'm doing my math right, because I was off in the last inning, but it looks like it's going to be the 5-6 or 4-5-6 hitters due up here for Post 15, but a team that's coming in with basically winning their last 4 games. They have lost their one and only game in the first game of the season, and Pierre is coming in 0-6 after coming off of a couple of losses yesterday, and it's really not been like blowout losses. These have been like like I said, I've been mentioning it multiple times, only one of those losses has been 5 or more runs up to this point for Post 8, and the rest have been 4 or less, so you're in those games almost every single time. It's just the runs haven't been like how they are today.
Yeah, bats haven't really come through, to your point, Wyatt. The highest number of runs scored in those games was 5 runs in Game 2 against Harrisburg for Post 8. So really the offense has not exploded as much through the first 6 games as we're seeing here today. 8 runs on 9 hits so far for the 8s, and that should be plenty of cushion for a starter of the caliber of Carter Templeton, who has thus far held the East bats to 1 run on 2 hits.
I was going to say, I mean, besides that first inning, he has done as good as you can ask for from a pitcher. That first pitch was in there for ball 1. This one is going to be hit out into left field, so it will be a leadoff single. Once again, how things start here in the inning, but either way, like you mentioned, the talent of Carter Templeton, you're going to take whatever you can get.
Yeah, obviously one of your top 3 arms that are coming in from the spring season. Carter, he's going to compete. He's going to eat up a lot of innings. He's going to throw strikes, and that's all you can ask for from one of your top guys.
So runner on first, and going to be up here next is Cale Myron. How much does the high school season really benefit transitioning into Legion baseball?
I think it gives everybody kind of a head start because you get to see live pitching right away, kind of for a couple of months before the Legion season starts, as that pickoff move over to first is unsuccessful. Kind of gives you a leg up, and especially now that they used to have wood bats in the earlier days of high school baseball, and since they transitioned to the metal bats, there was kind of a difference between swinging a wood bat and a metal bat that you kind of had to adjust to during those seasons as well. But since they've gone to the metal bats, everything is basically just gives you a jump start for the Legion season, as the count is now 1-1.
Do they use the wood ones for high school or for Legion, the wood bats?
High school.
Really?
Yeah. Yep.
It was like a rule, or?
Yeah, it was a rule that everybody had to use wood bats up until, I would say, about 5 years ago.
That is actually, I'd say, I know, some states do like the wood bat tournaments just to be able to play with a wood bat, but never thought there was like a requirement in some areas. But that is, I'm going to say it's kind of unfortunate. I would be interested to see how wood bats are.
Yeah, it was
for a full season.
It was kind of fun to be able to swing the 2 different styles, because that was how it was back when I played. It was really kind of a unique deal, as that pitch is in the dirt now to make it a full count here from Templeton. But, it was kind of unique, and like I said, you almost had to change the way that you swung the bat from the spring season to the Legion season going from wood to metal.
It is a 3-2 count. Here's the pitch, and just outside for ball 4, so that will put runners on first and second here. And for the second time here today, Sioux Falls East has 2 on, and last time they had that was in the first inning, but that was when an RBI single was hit that brought Tibbet home. But, really since that first inning, the offense really hasn't been able to produce much there. I know that it's like papers on papers. You can blame John for all those stats there. I just printed off.
No, you're good.
I'm not even, and it's kind of hard to with like stats. It's just like it's so early in the season.
Yeah.
You're just like,
what's important, what's not.
Like, how much do you really? Because as games go on, that'll be the case. If a pitch goes in and gonna be ball 1 there for Cardinal Templeton, throwing it there to Cale Meyer, who did reach on a base on walk. So it's Y. Bellis who is up to bat now. So it is a 1-1 count. Again, 8-1 is your score. Pitch goes inside for ball 2. The Eights have scored at least 2 runs per inning so far, which give credit where credit's due. They haven't been trying to go for the big hits, just trying to get what they can get here, and Carter Templeton is allowing his defense and his pitching to do the work here. Here's a hit out into right field, and say they caught that. They are, so that is going to be out number 1 of the inning. For a second there, I thought he was playing like he didn't catch it there, but I guess they'll take it.
Yeah, that's just a nice play by Eilers out in left field. Will Eilers, that is, ranging in and to his left, able to slide on his knees and make the catch for out number 1 of this top of the 4th and keep the runners where they were as he got the ball back in quickly as well.
Yeah, it's going to bring up Landon Dawson, who is 0 of 1 today, a strikeout, as Carter Templeton is going to check back at second, but not going to do anything about it. But only 2 strikeouts for Carter Templeton. Everybody else is doing the work as well, and sometimes you don't really need to do all the work yourself. Let everybody else get a little opportunity and let them help you out. And that was the case yesterday for, I believe, if I read my notes correctly, for Bridger Babcock, and another hit by pitch. That's the 3rd one today that Carter Templeton has thrown, and that will now load up the bases for Wasman, who is also 0 of 1 today.
And we're going to see Coach Elliott Life make his way out to the mound to try to maybe talk to Templeton and calm him down a little bit after that last hit by pitch. But, this is easily the most traffic that's been on the bases so far for post 15 to this point. And we'll see if Templeton can kind of squeeze his way out of this one. Hopefully a hard ground ball at somebody that'll allow the Eights to turn 2 rather easily.
Yeah, just a quick update. A severe thunderstorm warning until 6:45 now for Mellett County in the particularly Tripp area. So that is now issued until 6:45. I know Zach will give us that update when he has an opportunity. I know he's probably still live on Facebook right now. Again, we do want to let our radio audience know if there is any sort of tornado warning, we will be off the air as far as the radio side of things, but we will keep our live stream going here. It's going to be a hit out into left center field. It is going to drop. Hunsley going to try barehand. He couldn't, and he's going to throw it in. They're going to try to get a second run to come across. The throw in time, and it's out. Nice rally there for Pierre.
Yeah, that's a fantastic relay from Hunsley to shuffle by and into Sun and Shine on that play. 1 run does score for post 15 East. The runner for East was actually trying to argue that Sun and Shine was blocking the plate, but he very much was not. He was fielding his position, and then the throw kind of took him into the base path and the baseline, and that was why the runner thought that he was blocking the base path, but the umpire saw it the same way that I saw it, and runners out at the plate for out number 2.
Yeah, runners now on second and third. There's a swing and miss there for strike 1 as Tibbet is back at the plate. He did single in his last at-bat. And I can see where maybe East was coming from, because there was the situation with Babcock where he tried to steal home. It was clear that Budman beat him, but they gave Babcock the run. And I don't know from our vantage point, he was blocking the play, so I couldn't see if Babcock made a
Sure.
home. But that was a dispute East brought on in that and lost that one. So I could see maybe where East was coming from, maybe in that particular instance. But 1-1 count is the count here now for Timmett, and he will hit this one, and it's going to be caught at second base for Stosher. He just has all he has to do is a little hop and a cut, and that will end the inning. What a way for Pierre to surrender one run after all that craziness. And we'll go to the bottom of the fourth. One run comes across, and 2 are left on. We're back in 60 seconds here on KCCR.
When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at EnvirotechWaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
Your health and your time matter to us. Our team takes pride in providing personal, professional care, from filling your prescriptions quickly to answering your questions every step of the way. Need a little extra convenience? We offer free delivery right to your home or office. Because at Shane's Pharmacy, you're our family, friends, and neighbors, and we're honored to care for you. Shane's Pharmacy. Feel better for less and stay well with us. Call 605-223-9200 or stop by in Fort Pierre. Shane's Pharmacy. Proud to support our local high school athletes.
Back here on KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM, a Riverfront broadcasting station, is Wyatt and Blake Dean here on the call. And maybe it would help if I turn your mic up a little bit more.
You don't have to. Most people don't want to hear my voice anyway.
Well, I would say that for my voice too, but I kind of have to talk. But either way here, it is 8-2. One run did come across in the top of the fourth, and right now, Pierre's defense also kind of coming up as well. They really haven't had to do much, but they made a couple of really good plays in that last inning, Blake.
They really did. All 3 outs were nice defensive plays. First out, you had Will Eilers kind of making a sliding catch out in right field for out number 1. The second out was probably the highlight of the inning because it was a base hit into left center field, and Porter Hunsley relays the ball to Carter Scheffelbein, and then Scheffelbein to Sonnenschein. They nail a man at the plate for out number 2, and then a line out to Stosher at second to end the inning for the Eights with only 1 run allowed. So a lot of hard contact in that inning for Post 15 East, but the Post 8 defense making things happen on the defensive side of the ball, and that is why things are looking up for them.
And this is going to get by the third baseman and that's going to allow Eatson to make his way over to first. And just like that, once again, Pierre is finding the bats are working here today, and they are taking full advantage of it. Just could be literally one hit every single time. But Sunshine now is coming up to the plate right now. He is, I believe, 0 of 2 on the day, but he has reached on base via an error. First pitch in there for strike 1.
Yeah, nice piece of hitting there by Riker Edson, just pulling one down the third base line, getting it past third baseman, and he stands on first base now, potentially the 9th run of this ball game for the Eights.
And next pitch in there for ball number 1 as well. So runner on first, and if I'm reading all this correctly, they have reached base to start the inning 3 out of the 4 innings so far. And there's a hit by pitch, the first one for Brady today, and that will put 2 on base.
Yep, Sonnenschein. I think he's pretty notorious for getting plunked, it seems like. He seems to get on base quite frequently via the hit by pitch. I would have to go back and look at his spring numbers to see how many he had, but
let's say there's always that one. That's always that one player.
Yeah, and he is that one player for Post 8 and for the Governors during the spring season. So
he's not an Astros fan, is he, by chance?
I don't know that for certain.
This is going to be a bunt that is caught. There's a throw over to second, and a bunt that you don't want to go up in the air turns out to be the case. And what a hustle play there by Timmett as well, who kind of ran up for that one. Kind of saw that coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's just a good reactionary play by the first baseman. He's able to come crashing in, make the catch, and then nice job by him also to be able to try to backpick the runner at second in Edson, but Edson able to get back safely. So only one out recorded, but nobody advances for post 8.
Yeah, so 2 on. First and second now is where Pierre stands. So runner at least in scoring position. Brady getting set to fire the 0-1 pitch. This one going to be hit into the dirt. This will allow the 8s to advance up at least a base, as Riker is now going to be at third. Sunshine is going to stand on second. And it's going to be a 1-1 count there for Goodman.
Yeah, just spiked that one in the dirt, and now the bunt basically played out how it was supposed to, trying to advance everybody ahead of the base runner. So it took a few pitches, but now you end up kind of where you wanted to be with a bunt attempt.
Here is the next pitch. This one outside for ball 2, and it looks like East is going to try to get some guys warmed up here and see how far Brady will go. He's at 73. This will be pitch number 74 coming up here. A 2-1 count is fired in, swung and hit the dirt for strike 2.
Aggressive swing there by Goodman, just off the end of the bat and foul. See if he can put this one in play here as he's coming in to this ball game 1 for 4 so far on the Legion season.
Brady fires. This one swung. Can it get in out there? That's not the case. They are going to allow 1 run to come across, though. So you at least get the run to come in. That's going to be an RBI for for Goodman. And coming across there will be Edson for the 8s, and that will make it now 9-2 in favor of Pierre.
And they're going to get Aiden Johnson out there to run for Sun and Shine at third. Courtesy runner there, but productive out there by Goodman, and I don't think that actually goes down as an at-bat because it was a productive out, ground out to second, and the run scores to make it a 9-2 ball game.
And swung on there for Eilers. This one is in play, and they catch it right in front of the Pierre dugout. So either way, Pierre gets at least a run across. They lead 9-2. We'll step aside. We're back in 60 seconds here for the top of the 5th. That's next here on KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM.
When your tank's running low and your stomach is growling, there's one place Pierre trusts, DJ Senex. Feel it fast. Grab ice-cold drinks, selection of fresh donuts, and that perfect cup of coffee to keep you moving. Friendly faces, quick stops, and everything you need right when you need it. So next time you're on the go, make the easy stop. DJ Senex. Fueled by community, driven by you.
For years, you have trusted Larry Fry Heating and Cooling to keep your home comfortable, no matter the season. Now that same commitment to quality service and expert care has a new name. Introducing Kruger Climate Systems. We're familiar faces, the reliable technicians, and the same dedication you've always known, now under a new banner. From essential repairs and routine maintenance to brand new installations, we're here to ensure your home's perfect temperature. Kruger Climate Systems, your trusted partner for a comfortable home. Call us today for all your heating and cooling needs.
Back here on KCCR, 1240 AM and 98.9 FM. And Blake, right now it is, anything you can get out of the government, or I knew it was going to happen.
It's okay. It happens all the time during baseball season. So
John warned me about it. I was pretty adamant that I wasn't going to mess up, and if I did, it'd be once. And so that's 2 now. So I failed at least in that regard. But still, you get 1 run across, and you make this now a 7-run game and 9-2 your score. But one bite at a time. That's kind of how it's not one big pull pie. It's one bite at a time. And there's the throw down. And we'll get started in the top of the 5th. Due up is going to be your 2, 3, 4 hitters in this inning.
Center fielder, number 12, Caden Sporer.
I almost thought I wasn't right there, but I got it right. Thanks to the announce there. Caden Sporer, who has 0 for 2 here today. He flew out to center and popped up to the shortstop in Scheffelbein. here in the first pitch in there for ball number 1. And at the top of the 5th here on KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM. Foul off the third base side. We'll make the count evened up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, that one was scorched down the third base line. Thankfully, it landed foul by probably 2.5, 3 feet there. But otherwise, that could have been a troublesome ball into the corner, the left field corner, with the runner probably standing on second and Sporer.
Yeah, East did get some offense going in that last inning. They did get one across. They tried to get a second one, and Pierre did a good job in avoiding that, and that's going to be strike 2 as there's a big swing and miss there from Sporer.
Well, and to that point, Wyatt, all of the outs that East had in that top of the 4th were loud outs. So, and then with this scorcher down the line that landed foul, we'll see if they continue that.
And this one going to also be fouled off third base side, so we'll stay at a 1-2 count here. Carter Templeton, right now, he's trying to go as far as he can in this game. And, I mean, the way that some of these pitchers have been able to kind of go the distance early on in the season, like I said, I believe it. If I'm wrong, I will correct myself. Actually, we'll get the stats here in just a moment. I believe it was Babcock, but I could be wrong. Another pitch that is high for ball 2. I'm trying my best to be quick about getting who went the distance. That was game number 2. Yesterday, it was Babcock who did go, as that is going to be strike 3, and that will put one out away.
Yeah, as long as you can get good efforts out of your starting pitchers, that's all you can ask for if you're a coaching staff, especially in a long season like the summer season, because that saves pitching down the line and it just allows you to do so many other things. If you can have a longer outing like Babcock did in the game prior to this one. So that was a solid effort by him, and that allows a guy like Templeton to come out and do what he does in a game like this. And I'd have to look at his pitch count, but we'll see where he sits after 4 1/3 in terms of number of pitches, as the maximum number you can throw in a given game is 105.
Yeah, this is Colin Lounders, who is right now 1 of 2, and that's another pitch, and a good pitch there for strike 2. Yeah, Bridger Babcock yesterday, it was a 3-2 contest that post 15 West would win, but he would go 6 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs, and 2 strikeouts. So to go the distance and only surrender, only giving up 2 strikeouts means your defense really did quite a bit of the work to help you keep that game close, and that is the closest loss that they have had so far this season. That was yesterday. This one swung. It is going to be fielded by Stosher. Trying to get that easy play over to first, and he does for out number 2.
Yep, nice play there by the middle infield to get out number 2 for the Eights. Rather quickly, Templeton up to 67 pitches, actually 69 pitches, excuse me. Well, I think that out was actually pitch number 70. So 70 pitches so far for Templeton. He's working with 35 approximately through the next 2 1/3.
And the first pitch is going to be high there for ball 1. I mean, doing quick math in my brain, that is not really the greatest. I mean, it's going to be asking to not throw many pitches, and there's a big swing and miss for strike 1.
Yeah, he'll have to be efficient with those pitches at only having 35, but he can finish the batter if he starts before 105 pitches. So we'll see if he's able to fill up the zone here over the last couple of innings, as the count is now 0-2.
Yeah, off-speed pitch, it looked like there from Carter Templeton. An 0-2 pitch. Can he go 3 up, 3 down? That'd be the second time it happens here today, and fouled, and it will stay 0-2, and it survives another bat. Or I guess another pitch at least.
Yeah, Booman did a nice job of fouling that one away from Sunshine, because he looks very overmatched by Templeton right now.
Templeton fires, and not going to get him for strike 3, but it will be ball 1, and maybe Templeton trying to maybe get him go in a different way, but standing and holding it is Butman, the catcher. The 1-2, 2 outs and nobody on. Templeton fires, swing and a miss for strike 3, and that will retire the top of the 5th. It's a 3-up, 3 down with 2 strikeouts there from Carter Templeton. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th here in just a few moments. We'll be back in 30 seconds here on KCCR.
And investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
Stolken Peterson LLP has been your local CPA firm for over 40 years, offering tax preparation, bookkeeping, payroll, and consulting services. If your business, farm, or ranch needs professional, accurate, and reliable services, we are your firm. Our clients are our #1 priority. If you need a higher level of accounting service, give us a call at 605-224-5828. That's Stolken Peterson LLP. 222 East Missouri Avenue in Pierre.
Back here on KCCR, 1240 AM, 98.9 FM, 3-up, 3 down for Carter Templeton in that last inning, trying to see how far he can go. But for the post 8, it'll be, I believe I'm reading this right, it'll be Bridger Babcock to lead things off, and it will be followed by Porter Hunsley and Carter Scheffelbein. And I know we're calling him Sunshine here in this game, so I do apologize. For some reason, I can't apparently get the numbers all figured out, even though they have like the most transparent numbers on an easy background jersey.
You know, that's one of the things that's always been tough for me too, especially with names sounding very similar and having multiple similar, syllables also in Sun and Shine and Scheffelbein. That's very rarely do you see two teammates have that similar names.
Well, Bridger Babcock lets the first pitch go by for ball 1 and now make that strike 1. So a quick 2 pitches there from Brady. Looks like they're going to try to make him go the distance. And I mean, he's already high up in that pitch count as well. Down 9-2. Outside pitch for ball 2. 9-2 the score. Pierre looking for their first win of the season here in the early young season. They've played one more game than the East. Babcock fouls that one off, and we'll hit that one in the stands. I got to wonder what somebody's reaction is. Just if anybody's ever chimed in of, seeing a foul ball hit the road, is there, driving by and it's just out of nowhere.
Yeah, the traffic on Capitol Avenue here is always can be somewhat heavy, especially around the 5-6 o'clock hour,
right
where we are right now. And there's always a chance that when a game's going on, if you're driving on Capitol, that a ball may find you.
Here's a fielded there, and once again falls off the chest. It's going to be safe there for Bridger Babcock, and once again an awkward bounce, hard field there. This time Weibellis just could not control it for a moment, and it was just enough time for Babcock to get on first.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that kind of throws off teams from Sioux Falls is we're going to get a mound visit here for post 15, and maybe we're looking at a pitching change. We're going to get the ball from Brady, so we'll see where East goes here as they're going to make a change, and they're bringing on...
This is where I should have brought... John gave me his backpack, so I have all the access to everything that...
You have the binoculars?
I do have the binoculars. These are way... All right. No, yeah, I'm struggling here apparently to see...
18 is the number.
And I will get you that here in just a second, as I did take a picture of that. 18 is Jack Robbins. So we'll let him warm up here. We'll get him 60 seconds, and we'll step aside and be back here in 60 seconds on KCCR.
Has life left a dent in your ride? Or maybe you're dreaming of a fresh start for your classic? At Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, we bring vehicles back to life. Located right here in Fort Pierre with over 25 years experience, we specialize in expert auto body repair. From minor dings to major collision work. Got a boat or RV with fiberglass damage? We handle that too. And for projects needing a complete refresh, our professional sandblasting service preps anything ready for a perfect finish. For quality work you can trust, Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, 605-280-4451, 310 West Highway 1434 in Fort Pierre.
Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping wants to make it easy for you to get that lush green lawn and that yard haven that you've been dreaming of. Visit dakotasprinkler.com to make appointments for sprinkler system spring startup, service calls, fall winterization, and landscaping quotes. Trust Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping's professionals to get you through the planning and installation to make your landscaping needs a reality. Visit dakotasprinkler.com today.
I hope John knows I'm totally kidding. Of like looking through his bag. I know I said that off the air, but I apparently
John, if you're listening, we're looking through your bag.
I mean, he's got all the equipment we need. So
That's true. Yeah,
I was gonna say it would be.
That's why it's here.
I was gonna say it would have been a lot more work to put it in a different bag. Even I would have done the same thing going through. I'm making that more complicated than it needs to be. Jack Robbins is on the mound. He is coming in for Brady, who does surrender 9 runs, and he will be credited for Babcock on first, even though that was more of an error than a hit there for Bridger Babcock. And coming up to the plate here, we're also going to get a change in the Pierre lineup. It's Aiden Johnson who is now coming in for, it would be, I believe, Porter Hunsley. Yeah, that would be the case. So his first opportunity here on this Wednesday evening, and he'll let the first pitch go by for strike 1.
Yeah, closing the line on Brady, he goes 4+ innings, allowing, to your point, Wyatt, 9 runs on 8 hits, only 3 earned runs allowed as Johnson swings through that one to make it an 0-2 count. 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, 2 wild pitches, and a hit by pitch for Brady as well. So, he kept his team in the ballgame based on the amount of earned runs that he allowed, but the defense behind him did not necessarily help Brady out.
Next one swung and fouled off as it goes over the net. And that was just where, I called it the slippery baseball. It's just either an ugly bounce or just couldn't field those small bunts when they tried to go barehanded. Just like the early going, I mean, they've done a lot better here in the late stages, but I mean, as of right now, I know it's only the bottom of the 5th, and that one's going to be ball 1. It just feels like the way that this game has gone for Pierre, it's a little bit, I don't want to say it's over yet because there's still potentially 2 more innings, but it feels like it's a little bit more difficult because Pierre hasn't slowed down, but post 15 is just now kind of slowly getting their defense up and going here in the late stages.
And I think that was going to be a point I was going to mention earlier too, why it was, a lot of these teams at the Class A level of baseball, as that was a check swing by Johnson, he is not going to be credited with a swing to make it a full count here. A lot of the teams around the state in the Class A ranks anymore play on a turf field, so they're getting, quote unquote true hops every single time that a ground ball is hit to them, versus you come here to Pierre and it's grass and dirt, as that one's going to be ball 4 and Johnson's going to reach first base. But you see that, and this is kind of what Major League Baseball would be kind of more similar or akin to, is dirt, grass, infield, where the hops aren't necessarily always going to be completely perfect every time like you would see on turf. So I think the infield, especially for East here in this first game, has been a little bit hesitant to attack a baseball not knowing if it's going to be the hop that they're always used to and expecting. And I think they kind of grew up playing on those types of fields as well, as that one is outside and low to Scheffelbein here for ball 1.
Would you prefer a turf field? Like if it really got to a point where MLB is just like, we want turf, we don't want to deal with the maintenance, and we'll get back to that conversation in just a second here. This is going to be a pop or fly out to right field, as Watson will get credited for the out there, and that will put the first out away.
Yeah, Scheffelbein popped it up to right field. right fielder had to just come in a few steps and make the catch. So first out there recorded by Robbins is Scheffelbein, and that's a big first out because Scheffelbein's got a pretty big bat. And now you see Stoscher hitting now.
Yeah, this one going to be popped up as well. But, this feels like, college and high school is really, they're going more like at least turf on the outfield. But I know in some cases turf on the infield, but it just feels like turf is like, is different. I don't know how this. I mean, obviously it's different, but you got to think as another hit. This one going out into right field, but out of play. But would you prefer turf in this, in the new age of where everybody's playing on turf, or would you go more? Would you prefer the natural grass everywhere?
I see why a lot of teams are going to the turf because a lot less maintenance. You're going to get the same. You're going to get consistency every time. As Stoscher grounds this one to second, Taylor made double play 6-4, and he does. Oh, they're going to call him out.
That's stretched out for that. That is going to be and that will retire the inning right there. So Pierre, for the first time here today, is not going to be crossing home plate, and that will put into the inning. We will go to the top of the 6th, and the defense, Pierre, going to keep going here, but also Sioux Falls East is really going to have to get their bats going here in this 6th inning as well.
Yeah, Templeton, I guess the game changers for both teams, I think, are maybe saying different things because one has the East game changer has Templeton at 76 pitches so far through 5, and the post 8 game changer has him currently as having only thrown 71 pitches through 5. So there's about a 5-pitch difference between game changers right now, and that would be really something to watch as this game kind of progresses, because with a difference of 5 pitches, that's potentially the difference of a full batter. So hopefully Carter can get through these next 2 innings rather quickly and relatively efficiently so that he can finish this ball game out, because he has thrown really, really well so far through 5.
Yeah, no updates that I have as far as severe weather. Actually, I lied. There is a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15 for Lyman now, so that is also a new change. It feels like everybody but Hughes County is getting some kind of severe weather, which we'll take it because there's baseball going on. But let me see if News Director Zach Nelson is also still on stream right now, as he's been doing it all. Yeah, he is still going. It is tornado watch now in effect, so he was going to go on. So if that is now the case, and if that is in our area, so there is a chance we might be off KCCR for the radio side of things, and if that's the case, welcome for joining us here on KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM on the video side of things on KCCR YouTube, or KCCR Sports on YouTube. We'll tell you about that update in a couple of moments, and tornado watch. So it's not a warning yet, but if there is a warning, we will be off the radio side of things. So it is 9-2 still. We are in the top of the 6th. Up to bat here, I believe it is Ethan Nettle, and I'll double check game changer for that. It's going to be a strike in there for ball, or 2-1 count.
Yeah, Templeton's finding the strike zone there. That's always a positive sign to see, as that one's going to be popped up down the right field line.
This looks like it's in play, but as far as at least there for Eilers, he couldn't get there in time, so it'll be a 2-2 count here. And yeah, now you're thinking 5 pitches. It separates potentially a batter here, and now you're already at that 5-pitch count, and trying to make sure I'm not hearing things at the same time, but it is a 2-2 count. Yep. Carter Templeton gets set, fires, and well, that's what that noise was. It was a motorcycle. It was a high pitch for ball 3.
You were thinking it was thunder, weren't you?
I did think it was thunder. I just wasn't wanting to say that, just because usually if you say it, it happens, and the broadcaster jinx just has proven to be accurate every single time. In most cases, this is going to be a hit out into left field for a single there, and it's going to be who will get on base here in the 6th, and it's going to be a leadoff single there for Sioux Falls East.
Yeah, solid piece of hitting there, lining one out to left field and getting on base for Nettle there, as he is the first base runner of this top of the 6th for East, and we will see if they can do anything with it.
Yeah, now it's going to be Meyer who is up. He has reached a couple of times, and he has reached hit by pitch. He's also reached on a base on walk on balls. So he is 0 of 2, or technically 0 for 0 is how they're classifying it here. But there's going to be a throw over to first. Templeton actually falls to the dirt. Kind of been an awkward throw there for Templeton, but he gets back up and we'll resume here. 1-0 count for Meyer. Templeton will check first. Here is the throw, and that will be in there for ball 2. A severe thunderstorm warning now until 7:30 in Millette Trip area. Again, is going to be coverage there on our Facebook page for those who are interested. Nothing for Hughes that I've noticed so far. Another pitch in ball 3. Just got to get through tomorrow, and looks like Severe will be off for a couple of days. I'm surprised, and I'm going to say it's going to happen, but, it's like everywhere but the Hughes County area has really seen some kind of weather, and that's going to be a ball 4, and that will put runners on first and second now for Sioux Falls East, and now it is no outs, and we got time called and a mound visit coming up.
Yeah, just a little bit erratic on that last batter in Meyer. He basically didn't see a strike, and then the batter before was lining one out to left field. So single and a walk here to start this top of the 6th, not necessarily what you want to see. So Coach Elliott Life, pitching coach for the 8s, makes his way out to the mound to talk with Templeton, try to calm him down, and then maybe set the infield defense up a little bit as well. I don't see any activity in the right field bullpen for the 8s yet, but we'll see what they decide to do. I think they're going to ride Templeton all the way up to his pitch count because they've got a 7-run cushion in terms of a lead. So,
and this is your last game of the week before you go into I'd say a decent break. I think they're back in action Monday, if I'm remembering correctly here. This one is going to be hit into center field. Hunsley trying to back up. He is able to corral it, and that'll be the first out of the inning.
Yeah, that was actually Aiden Johnson out there who pinch hit for Hunsley last inning, but a nice job of adjusting back there, making the play defensively for out number 1 in Johnson, as he is now patrolling center field for the 8s.
Yeah, thanks for the catch there. As I say, I know Aiden came in, but that was a while ago when we last saw him. But it is a out there. That is out number 1. Runner still on first in second. And this will now bring up Y. Ballas, who is right now currently 0 of 2 here today. And I apologize, that's Dawson who's coming up, and nice catch there with all the paper flying over there to you.
Got to be on your toes in some capacity.
In some capacity, right? You got to find a way. But first pitch, strike 1. Templeton checking in. At least on one of the pitch counts, it's at 83, and Templeton will step off the mound.
I think that's the post-8 game changer that has him at 83 right now. The post-15 game changer should have him at 88.
And pitch goes in there low for ball 1. Even count at 1 apiece. Runners on first and second. Sioux Falls East looking for their first run since the 4th. It is the top of the 6th. If you're just joining us, Pierre looking for their first win of the season. They are 0-6 entering today, and again, they've played what John is calling a gauntlet of a start to their season. It doesn't even end, as they got Bridger Valley coming up here next week. The 1-1 count from Templeton fires and gets that inside part of the zone for strike 2.
Yeah, it's a tough part of the season here for the Eights to start off. You had Harrisburg, who's always really good. You had Brookings, who's always really good. East can be kind of up and down, but they've had a really good start to the year at 4-1 to this point. And then the other games that Post 8 has played in terms of a doubleheader was against West yesterday. So Post 8 seeing both of the Sioux Falls teams here this week, and then to your point, Wyatt, they go and play Brandon Valley on Monday. So really no rest for the weary in terms of Post 8 baseball here, playing a lot of tough competition early.
Swing and a miss. That is a swing and miss, strike 3. There's the throw, the third. They're going to go for third base, and they got him. So then out at third, they didn't make the throw to first, and that will put an end to the inning. That should, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Give me a kind of brain fart there for a moment, but we will go to the bottom of the 6th here. It is now 9-2. We'll step aside. We're back in 60 seconds on KCCR.
Place to call for propane. They offer an automatic fill plan so you never have to worry about running out of propane. They accept debit and credit payments or a budget payment plan to spread out the cost throughout the year so you never have surprises when you get your bill. For delivery, convenience, and great customer service, call Gales Gas at 224-5518. That's Gales Gas at 224-5518.
At Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, we salute the service and sacrifice of our members. To show our appreciation for veterans, active duty military, and first responders, we're proud to introduce the We Salute Service and Sacrifice Loan Program, granting a special rate reduction on eligible consumer loans. Valid offer on new secure loans only. Internal refinances and unsecured loans do not qualify. Veterans, active duty military, and first responders, contact our loan team for more details. All deposits are insured up to $250,000 by NCUA. At Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, we're big on you.
Back here at KCCR, 1240 AM and 98.9 FM, a Riverfront broadcasting station. Kind of just was a lot of confusion there. I was like, there was only one out. It was a drop third strike, but they did count that supposedly as an out based on how you ruled that there, one Blake Dean.
Yeah, that was a strikeout, dropped third strike. And because it was only out number 2, there was a runner occupying first base, so that the batter is out. The runner from second decided to try to take third base on the dropped third. So the batter in the box was already out for out number 2, and Sunshine drills him at third for out number 3.
Here is going to be a grounder over to Wybellis, who will throw it over to first on the easy 4-3 play there to get out number 1, and feels like the bats are starting to slow down just a little bit here for the Eights.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe Robbins is one of their better relievers. I don't know what his numbers look like necessarily, but he's come in and been pretty effective so far when they've brought him into this ball game. So be interesting to see how things finish out here, especially with kind of that 5-pitch difference between the two game changers.
Yeah.
To see how many they've got Templeton throwing, I suppose.
Yeah, Sunshine up to bat, 1 of 2 here on the day. He was hit by a pitch in his last stab bat, and another pitch in the dirt there for, looks like ball 2 or ball 1.
No, you're right, ball 2.
Okay,
always trust your gut.
Well, I'd say that would be the smartest advice that I would take, but my gut has not always been the greatest with the gut trust. There's a pitch outside, but hits the zone for strike 1, so it's a 2-1 count, and 1 out already on the board here. Let's say it was a 4-batter inning. The last 2 innings for Pierre, no runs have come across in either 2 of those innings. Or the 1 inning, I should say. I apologize.
But to finish that thought that I had earlier too, Wyatt, the the strike him out, throw him out double play as Sonnenshine's going to fly this one out to center field. Center fielder's got
He's
a long
gonna
run.
Drop it. So this will allow Sunshine to at least get to second, and he'll hold on second. So, yeah, a tough one right there, and you got to feel it there for Sporer, who really did a good job running it down. But, as I was saying, it looks like Pierre's got some bullpen action going as well. But you got a runner on second now for the Eights.
Right fielder, number 20.
Yeah, they do. That's a big out. Center fielder kind of got turned around. I think they, Sonnenshine got the ball up into the air. The wind is actually blowing directly out to center. So it looked like it was maybe going to be more of a lazy pop fly than it actually was. And it carried over the center fielder's head. And he was a little bit surprised by it too, as I was. And, maybe some backspin on the ball helped, but he ends up dropping it. And that allows Sonnenshine to get onto second base with one out here in the bottom of the sixth. Maybe adding another insurance run here for the Eights in this bottom of the sixth.
Yeah, anything really will help at this point is this one's going to be popped straight up and out of play for strike two. So 1-2 count, one out, and it's a runner on second in Sunshine, who wanted to make sure he could at least get to second. He did, and on that was courtesy of an error. And the next pitch swung and got a little late there as he goes right behind for staying in a 1-2 count.
Yeah, just tapped foul there by Will Eilers to keep it at 1-2, but good job to stay alive here by Will, and we will see what he's got against Robbins here with a 1-2 count.
Robbins sets, fires, and got him. Strike three, caught looking. That will be the first strikeout there for Robbins, and it comes when he's caught looking.
Number 21, Jackson.
Yeah, that's a tough way to go down, especially after you fought off a few pitches there in Eilers. But he goes down looking for out number two, and so every run after this that's allowed by Robbins would be considered an unearned run on his part.
Robbins checks second. Sunshine hangs out. This one is hit straight up, and it looks like it is playable, and almost caught it there was Tim. We haven't called his name in a while, but tried to go make a play there. He couldn't do so, and it will be a 0-1 count.
Yeah, that ball actually got out of play over the top of the dugout on the first base side, but that wind is really going to maybe cause issues here going forward.
Sunshine goes. Here is the throw. It goes way off the base, so it wasn't going to be really. It was going to be safe either way. It felt like just the way that throw is gone. But give credit there, to Goodman, who didn't move, so he couldn't be called for any kind of interference. So nice job to kind of just hang out and let everything develop.
Yeah, and the catcher really didn't argue that he was in the way. So nice job by Goodman of standing his ground there.
They ruled it a strike, and they say that was a drop strike three, and they'll end that inning right there. And that will be a 4-batter inning there for the Eights, and they go 4, but no runs come across here. As right now, it's one runner gets left on. We will step aside 60 seconds. It's 9-2 on your American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard. 60 seconds here on KCCR.
Wagner Auto in Pierre has been hitting home runs for over 100 years, delivering quality vehicles and top-notch service to our community. Whether you need a rugged truck, a dependable SUV, or a fuel-efficient car, we've got the perfect lineup to keep you on the road. Proud sponsor of this season's baseball action, we're here to help you drive home a great deal. Stop by today or visit WagnerAuto.com. Wagner Auto, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer.
When the South Dakota wind howls and the rain pours, is your home ready? Introducing Pierre Roofing and Gutters, the newest name serving Pierre, Fort Pierre, and surrounding communities. Owned by Karsten Erickson, the same expert you've trusted for years at Karsten Erickson Roofing and Construction. We're expanding to keep our community covered. From full replacement to seamless gutter installs, Karsten and his team deliver. Don't wait for the next storm. Call Pierre Roofing and Gutters today for a free estimate. 605-280-8080. Pierre Roofing and Gutters. Built strong, built local.
Back here on KCCR, 1240 AM, 98.9 FM is we are getting you set here for the top of the 7th inning here. Pierre is looking to get their first win of the season, and they could do it here with 3 more outs. Wyatt Barichka with you, along with Blake Dean on KCCR, 1240 AM, 98.9 FM. As coming up to the plate, it will be the 9-1-2 hitters. Wassman will lead things off. Timmett second, and S'more is going to be hanging out for a minute here. But coming up, we do have a pitching change. Carter Schaffelbein is on the mound to pitch here for the 8th. Stosher will make his way over to shortstop. Taking a look at maybe some of the other changes here. Goodman, who was in left, has now made his way to third. And it's going to be Schaefer who makes his way out into left field here. So Pierre's trying to get the win here now, and that is going to be the case here, Blake. That's on me. Sorry,
no, you're good.
My bad.
And that was probably smart on the part of the coaching staff in Coach River Iverson and Coach Elliott Life they maybe recognized that there was a 5-pitch difference between game changers because they decided to go to Scheffelbein here for the last 3 outs of the ball game rather than letting Templeton stay in and finish the ball game, even though he had a few pitches left to work with, at least according to the East game changer, which was 5 pitches ahead of the post 8 game changer. He had about anywhere in the vicinity of 13 to 18 pitches left to be able to throw in this ball game. But on the safe side, Coach Life and Coach Iverson decided to go to Scheffelbein, as that is ball 1 here to start this top of the 7th.
Will be huge for Pierre to get their first win of the season. They're 3 outs away. Scheffelbein goes high upstairs for ball 2. It's a 2-0 count here. Again, Pierre is 0-6 entering today. They are trying to get their first win of the season against a team that has been, John's talked about a team that has been kind of looked at as a decent team entering this season, and a team who's won 4 straight is now on the verge of having that 4-game winning streak snapped here. But right now, Scheffelbein, a 3-0 count, trying to work his way back in, and he will get into the strike zone for strike 1.
Yeah, Scheffelbein didn't throw much in terms of pitching during the spring season, so kind of fun to see him out on the mound here in this top of the 7th, just trying to get 3 outs with a 7-run lead.
Pitch in the zone for strike 2 is now Scheffelbein has worked his way back into a full count here and trying to get the first out of the inning. The 3-2, 9-2 is your score. Pierre up by 7 runs in the 7th. Scheffelbein sets, fires, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that's 1 away here in this 7th inning.
Yeah, Wasman didn't get cheated on that swing. He was basically trying to hit it over the fence and to no avail, as ball does not even touch bat, and Scheffelbein gets strikeout for the first out to start this top of the 7th. Good start here for the post 8 reliever.
Yeah, here we go. So 1 out. And it brings the top of the order in Timmett. Again, we haven't said his name much here. And Scheffelbein apparently a few throws in before he started finding the zone. He's now made that 4 strikes in a row.
Yeah, now he's kind of locked in. So hopefully he'll continue to fill up the zone as this inning progresses.
The 0-1 is going to ruin that 4 straight strike streak right there as they will go into the low and downstairs for ball 1. So the 1-1 count, 1 out. Scheffelbein. It's set. Fires it. This one is fouled for strike 2.
Scheffelbein's got the fastball located well. Tried to throw that off-speed pitch the pitch before and bounced it in the dirt. So, maybe we'll see if he's definitely locating the fastball well. I think he'll maybe try to throw something off speed here on this pitch, but then if he doesn't get it across, he'll probably go back to the fastball for the rest of the at-bat.
Here is the 1-2. That one swung and missed for out number 2, and it's 1 out away from their first win of the season.
Or you just throw a fastball up at his eyes and try to get the big cheese up in his eyes and try to let him swing. That's the other alternative, and Shufflebind does just that for out number 2.
So 1 more out. That's 2 strikeouts in a row. Caden Sporer, who is 0 of 3 today, struck out in his last at-bat, will let the first pitch go by, and it'll be ball 1.
Yeah, looked close, maybe a little bit inside there by Shufflebind. Good couple of first 2 outs were both strikeouts. We'll see if he's able to strike out the side.
Second pitch. This one is going to be popped straight up into the air. Is it playable? It is, and that's going to be the first win of the season. And that will be Goodman, who will go to in front of the bench and will help get the Pierre 8s their first win of the season. And that is something they have been, I don't want to say dying for, but they've been wanting a first win of the year.
Yeah, that's good to see. Get the 0 out of the left-hand column to start their season in Post 8. And they did a interesting celebration in the outfield.
I saw your face, right? It just reacted.
Yeah, if you caught it on the YouTube, you'll have to go back and watch it. But yeah, that was an interesting celebration, but a good way to get the first win of the season for the 8s, 9-2 over Sioux Falls East. And Post 15 comes into this ball game with a 4-1 record, and now this is only their second loss of the season. Their only other one being to Renner Post 307. So big win for the 8s here in game number 1, and we'll see if they can make it a doubleheader sweep in game number 2, which will start about 30 minutes from now.
Yeah, so with that, let's just quickly go over the numbers here. Carter Templeton's going to get the win here for the 8s. He goes 6 innings pitched. He records, let's do some quick counting here. That's 4 strikeouts. Really just let the defense do the work, did Carter Templeton. I thought the hitting was definitely huge in the early stages. It felt like East kind of maybe figured some things out later on down the line in that one, but it was Post 8 that really just could not, or it was Post 8's defense that didn't let Sioux Falls get back into this game at any point during the game.
Yeah, this, and again, kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier with the defense being, Sioux Falls having played, primarily on the turf fields. Now, Harmondon Park does also have the true agrolime and grass infield that Hyde Stadium does also. But, a lot of the teams that come in here play on all turf infields and outfields, so they kind of expect the true hops for the most part. And really, Post 15 had a tough time fielding the ball cleanly here in game number 1. We'll see if they make some adjustments and are able to field the ball better in game number 2. But to your point, Wyatt, a fantastic game thrown by Carter Templeton. He goes 6 innings of work, 6 strikeouts, strikeout per inning. Wasn't, maybe it was kind of a deal where it was tough to get a grip on the ball or a good grip on the ball, as he didn't fill up the zone maybe as consistently as we've seen him do in previous outings, but he comes in and puts the win in the win column for Post 8, and that's all you can ask for a Post 8 starter, especially with that being the first one of the year here through 7 games.
Yeah, we're going to step aside here. We're going to set it back to regularly scheduled programming here. It will be back, I'd say, about 20 minutes from the start of the second game here. We'll be live on KCCR, 1240 AM and 98.9 FM. While you guys are waiting, if you are interested, we do have some severe weather coverage going on. News Director Zach Nelson, he's live on 104.5 Capital City Rock, but he's live on our Facebook page as well. So we'll be back in about 20 minutes. We'll get you set for game number 2. We'll be back here on KCCR, 1240 AM and 98.9 FM.
Baseball on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Pierre Baseball is brought to you by Kathy Sunshine Properties, Kruger Contracting, Bank West, Overhead Doors, Stalkin Peterson LLP, Shane's Pharmacy, Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, American Family Insurance Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, CHS River Plains, Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, Ferding Electric, Pierre Closets, Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping, and AGE. Pierre Baseball is also brought to you by Edward Jones Financial, Gales Gas, Lamb Motors, Xander Auto Parts, Comtech, First Dakota National Bank, Envirotech, Kruger Climate Systems, May Adam, Hunsley Auto Body, Oahe Federal Credit Union, Cone Egg, AirTech Heating and Cooling, Pierre Roofing and Gutters, Wagner Auto, the South Dakota Office of the Attorney General Division of Consumer Protection, and Todd's Electric. Join us all season for more Pierre Baseball on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. This has been a special presentation of Riverfront Broadcasting Sports, Central South Dakota's sports leader.
They get their world rocked by a great team.
On Broadcasting Sports. It's time for Pierre Baseball on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Pierre Baseball is brought to you by Kathy Sunshine Properties, Kruger Contracting, Bank West, Overhead Door, Stalkin Peterson LLP, Shane's Pharmacy, and Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota.
Swings and lines this in the right center field. One run will come in to score. They will round the other runner. He will come to the plate. The throw not going to be in time. A 2-run single for Parker O'Brien gives the Gubs a 9-7 lead.
Your baseball is also brought to you by American Family Insurance Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, CHS River Plains, Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, Ferding Electric, Pierre Closets, Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping, and AGE.
2-0 pitch. That will be a line shot into left center field. That's going to get down for extra bases, and it's going to score Terwilliger. That's one way to bust out of a slump. Sunshine round second. He's on his way to third. The throw will come in. He will
Your
slide
baseball
in.
is also brought to you by Edward Jones Financial, Gales Gas, Lamb Motors, Xander Auto Parts, Comtech, Envirotech, First Dakota National Bank, Kruger Climate Systems, May Adam, and Hunsley Auto Body.
Here's the 0-2. Runner takes off. Terwilliger will sky this one out to center field. Out towards the wall. It is going to get out of here for a 2-run shot for Cooper Terwilliger on an 0-2 pitch.
Pierre Baseball is also brought to you by Oahe Federal Credit Union, Kone, AirTech Heating and Cooling, Pierre Roofing and Gutters, Wagner Auto, the South Dakota Office of the Attorney General Division of Consumer Protection, and Todd's Electric.
2-0. It'll be a swinging base it up the middle. Rounding third is Deal. The throw will come to the plate, but Deal slips and falls. The ball will still get away. The Governors will win the ball game.
And now to the booth for the call of the game with KCCR award-winning sports director John Winkler.
Well, it's not award-winning sports director John Winkler. It is Wyatt with you here, along with Blake Dean. Is maybe it's a John factor. Maybe I don't know if it's just because he's gone and Pierre got their first win or what. I'm sorry, John, if you're tuning in. I know he gave me suggestions on the scoreboard, so he's obviously watching. But if you're watching, John, we're giving you a hard time. But great first win for the Pierre post 8.
Yeah, that's good win in that first game, 9-2 for the Eights over Sioux Falls East here in game number 1, and now start time of game number 2 as Hudson Stosher delivers the first pitch, which is fouled off by Timmett here at 7:24. And, you know, we've got that severe weather cell to the south and east of us right now, Wyatt, but
we do.
This is, you know, looks like it's starting to clear up here in the capital city.
Yeah, we'll take that. It is going to be a 1-1 count. We didn't even go. We thought it was going to be more of a 7:30, but we're already underway here. The lineup for post 15 staying roughly the same. Jude Tim, he's currently up. Is Hudson Sozier, he's going to throw to Sunshine here, and this is going to be put up into the air, and Hunsley's going to back up after he came forward for out number 1. So already 3 pitches and an out recorded.
Yeah, nice start there for Stosher on Timmett on that first batter. And again, wind blowing directly out to center field, and Hunsley thought he was going to be camped underneath it, but that ball is going to carry out to center if anything is hit in the air to center field. So had to take a few steps back, but he's able to make the out.
This one going to be popped up and out of play, so it'll be fouled for strike 1 here. Do want to kind of note a couple of things. As of right now, tornado warning in Tripp. That is until 7:45. Severe thunderstorm warning until about 5 more minutes of that in Millette County, unless that has changed again, and this is going to be fouled back for strike 2. We do have weather coverage on our Capital City Rock station and on Facebook at KCCR. News Director Zach Nelson staying on the case for that. He's been there, I think, for quite some time. It just feels like it's one thing after another, and somehow that pitch is not in there for, or is it? No, it's in there for ball one.
Yeah, we'll see what Stosher has up his sleeve here to come back with that on a 1-2 pitch here.
Here's the next pitch, fouled off to the third base side. We stay at a 1-2. So, yeah, we're just going to keep updates as the night goes on. Again, for our radio audience tuning in, if for any reason, since Zach has control of what goes on the air right now, if it is into an event that another foul ball, that probably didn't feel good.
Yeah, hit right off of his leg there for the batter and Sporer. And, yeah, he's going to walk that one off.
Yeah, take him a second. But, again, if it comes to an event that we do have to send it to the severe weather coverage, we will be off the air until Zach feels right to send it back to us. But we will be staying live on YouTube. So we will have at least the entirety. We're not going to go to a break or anything. We'll keep it live on YouTube. So just that heads up for anybody on the radio side of things in the event that comes to play. This one is going to be a grounder. It's going to be fielded by Goodman. Throws it to first, but it gets passed by the first baseman in Babcock, and that will advance to second, and it will be a error that will go to second base from Sporer.
Yeah, Sporer, that was a heck of an effort there by Goodman over at third to kind of field it off to his left, not have time to set his feet and make a throw because Sporer was really hustling down the line. Tried to make the scoop at first, was Babcock unable to do so, and that ball gets back behind him and allows Sporer to take second base on the throw that got past him. So runner in scoring position for East here to start game number 2, and that will bring the next batter to the plate here for post 15.
Yeah, Lunders had an RBI in the first game, but he did have a couple of outs recorded here. And so right now it is 1 out, 1 on second. Here is the first pitch. This one going to be hit out into right field. It is going to drop. It is fair, and trying to go pick it up is Eilers. He finally does. This is going to bring in a run, but it is going to be a double and an RBI double for Colin Lunders, who had a rough go in game number 1, but he will get a double and RBI here in game number 2.
Yeah, just a nice piece of hitting there by Lunders, going out to right field and putting it down the line past Eilers. He had put enough speed on it to get it past Eilers, and luckily it didn't roll to the wall, so he's able to corral it and keep Lunders at second base for a double. But trading spots with the runner at second base was Lunders, and the first run of this ball game in game number 2 goes to East.
And it's going to be Bowman, who is up to bat. He'll swing and miss for strike 1 there. So it's an 0-1 count, 1 out, top of the first here. 7:28 is your KCCR time right now, as we are tuned in to Pierre Post 8 baseball, and a low pitch in the dirt for ball 1 there. And this is game 2 of our doubleheader. And luckily, at least this game getting in as well. And I'm not 100% sure, but I'd have to go and do some research that it would be already doing triple tasking, and double tasking is already hard enough to do. But you got to wonder if maybe there's some games over in the East that might have maybe had some changes to their schedules just with everything going on. Another severe thunderstorm warning in Lyman until 8:15 now. So it's just going to be one of those days for weather. But as Bowman's going to hit this one into right center field and running all the way to the wall. This is going to bring in another run, and something that Sioux Falls East could not do in game number 1, have now done it twice, bringing in 2 runs.
Yeah, just a nice piece of hitting there by Bowman, going back to the wall again, getting it up in the air, especially anything to center and right field here this evening is going to carry, and that ball took off, and Eilers was not able to get underneath of it. Actually didn't land until it hit the warning track there for Bowman. So double for him. He trades places with Lunders at second, and now it's a 2-0 ball game in favor of East.
So here comes the next pitch. This one going to be swung into center field, but Hunsley is able to field that and get it for out number 2, but it will advance Bowman to third, so you get the productive out, but that is your second out of the inning. And already Sioux Falls East has taken a 2-0 lead here in game number 2. But again, the bat's finally going here. Stoser just trying to get settled in here, and the way it's kind of started, you may be okay taking 2 runs, especially if your offense can start the way they did in game number 1. There's a swing and miss there for Meyer for strike 1. My lineup did not have it that way. I'm going to double check real quick. Make sure I'm not going crazy. Yeah, it's Meyer who is going to have that go into left field for a single. And so that will bring in a run.
Yeah, just underneath the glove of Goodman at third. He didn't stay down on the ball, and it goes right underneath his legs into left field, and that plates another run for East to make it 3-0. So rough out there, and that will be an unearned run charged to Stosher on the mound, and as will any other runs that come across this inning would be considered unearned runs.
So trying to get my lineup figured out here because they did have Ethan supposed to be up next, but Meyer is on first, and now it's Houston, Ballas, who is up to bat now. So I don't know if they skipped somebody or if I'm just like completely missed something, but we will figure that out in just a moment. This one going to be fouled off for strike 1. So I did not see Nettle out there, if I'm not mistaken. We'll get that figured out. Either way, Meyer is on first. And now up to the plate is Ballas, who has got an 0-2 count now. Stoster to throw it. Swing and a miss in strike 3, and 3 runs will come across at the end of the top of the first. We will go to the bottom of the first, where Pierre will now have to do their own makeup work after surrendering 3 runs. We'll step aside. We're back here on KCCR 1240 AM, 98.9 FM.
A home. It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention, it's a decision that, well, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota in Pierre is proud to sponsor today's game. Whether you're in the market for a brand new Ford, Lincoln, or Toyota, or a quality pre-owned vehicle, our team is here to get you back on the road in style. From tough trucks to family SUVs, we've got the selection you need and the hometown service you deserve. Browse online anytime at CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, where community drives us forward.
Back here on KCCR 1240 AM 98.9 FM, as Pierre now is going to have to do some work, surrendering 3 runs in the first, or the top of the first, and we'll go to the bottom of the first now. Card shuffled by Hudson Sozier and Edson, or Ryler, is up to bat here to start this one off. On the mound is going to be Livin Jeffries for Post 15 East here, and you gotta just kind of throw away that top of the first and really just gotta get those bats going. It slowed down late in that first game, but if they can try to produce what they did in the early first part of the game, they are going to give themselves a chance in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. They scored more than 1 run per inning in game number 1 against East, so I think to your point, Wyatt, if they can tack on these runs here in game number 2, they should be just fine.
Here is a grounder picked up there by Meyer, trying to get the long throw, and beats the throw. Is going to be Shufflebein, and what a reach there to get to first base, and that should be an infield single if I think about it.
It is. That's a nice job of hustling down the line there by Shufflebein after a ground ball almost was thrown out by Meyer at short. Heck of a play by Meyer to almost throw him out, but Shufflebein able to beat it by a step for the first runner of the ball game for the Eights.
And there's a throw back over to first, nothing to count for. You got to wonder too if now that they've actually got a game in, they kind of know what the field is what the field is like and everything too. So that was definitely a lot cleaner of I would say a little bit cleaner of a grab than what the first game saw. High pitch there for ball 1.
Yeah. And they're looking like the third baseman's playing in like they're playing the bunt for Stoscher. So, maybe we'll see a cleaner game, to your point, of fielding for East here in this second ball game.
Lemon Jeffries throws the pitch. This one going to be hit out into center field. This is going to allow Shufflebein to make his way over to third and going to second. Nobody was covering, so the throw wasn't even going to get to second, and that will be a double.
Yeah, that's a great heads-up play there by Stoscher, and maybe a great call there by Coach Elliott Life as he saw Stoscher coming hard out of the box after the base hit, that there was nobody covering second. Both the shortstop and the second baseman went out to go cut the ball off as it went into shallow right center. And Stoscher and or Coach Life was able to see that. Shufflebein's able to take third. Stoscher's now on second. So now you've got two runners in scoring position with nobody out.
And this one is going to be hit out into foul territory, so nothing to count for there for Edson, and that will be for strike one.
Yeah, big spot here for Edson with two runners on and two runners in scoring position here. Nobody out against Josiah Lobbin Jeffries for Sioux Falls East.
Jeffries fires the pitch outside for ball one.
A lot of Sioux Falls Lincoln kids, one T area kid, and a couple of Sioux Falls Washington grads and a Brandon Valley grad on this Sioux Falls East roster.
And Jeffries fires the 1-1, and that's going to hit the zone for strike two as the hat falls off there. How would a big town like Sioux Falls, how do they divide it up? Because you said they kind of are from basically around all the schools in that Sioux Falls. I'm curious to know how they figured all that out, because they're technically under the same club, if I'm not mistaken. This one hits off of the mound. It's picked up there by Weinbaum, and it's going to be out there for out number two. And I apologize, Meyer makes the play for out number two.
Yeah, Meyer looks like he's pretty smooth over there at shortstop. He made the play and was able to get the out of Edson at first, but Shufflebein does scratch across the first run of the ball game for the Eights here in game number two. But I think they divided up. I don't know where they draw the line exactly in terms of the school districts, but it looks like, as there's strike one to Sutton Sunshine here, of the Sioux Falls schools that are on this East roster, it seems like Lincoln and Washington are the two that are make up this Sioux Falls East team, as that one's fouled off down the third baseline for strike number two. And then Roosevelt and I'm blanking on the other one. Roosevelt and Jefferson would be the other two schools that would make up Sioux Falls West.
That does help a lot more than you put it that way. It's no 2 count. Runner on third as Jeffries fires. This one going to be hit out into left field. It is going to get past the left fielder and Schaefer. It's going to be taken there. Sunshine rounding first, going to second, but it brings in a run.
Yeah, nice piece of hitting there by Sunshine there. That one was spanked to left and had enough carry on it to get over the left fielder's head. Thought that he may have had a break on it, but it does sail over the top in Lunders over in left. Plates another run for the Eights to make it a 3-2 ball game here in this bottom of the first, and only one out, and now the tying run is in scoring position here in this bottom of the first for the Eights.
Well, Eilers is there to put this another hit. This one going to right center field, and this is also going to be a double. Rounding Sunshine is third. He's going to go to the plate, and he's going to stand up and score, and just like that, we are tied here in the bottom of the first. It's 3 apiece on your American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard.
Yeah, and how many doubles are we going to see? They credited Stoscher. I was going to say they credited Stoscher with a double on the second batter of the game. Sunshine with a double on the fourth batter of the game, and then back-to-back doubles between him and Eilers as they trade places. And to your point, Wyatt, 3-3, and East still has 2 more outs to get in this bottom of the first.
It is going to bring up Goodman, who is going to be hit by the pitch, and he'll have to wear that down over to first. Probably did not feel good. I can imagine just the way his face looked as soon as he had that. He still tried to shake it off over to first.
Yeah, I think they're going to give him some time to try to walk this one off, but rough start to this ball game for the East starter in Josiah Lobbin-Jeffries. We'll see if he's able to recover here, but yeah, they're going to give Jackson Goodman some time to walk this one off because that must have hit close like to bone more than likely, and that is not a fun feeling when it gets you rather than in kind of the meat of your arm, more like right on the elbow. That's not a fun feeling.
Well, so Goodman's going to go to first on a hit by pitch. And again, one out. That was who had a 6-3 ground out as the third batter. And we are already at batter number 7. And this is going to be Bridger Babcock, who's playing first. And we'll see what Pierre can do if they could add on. And wow, watch out, as that's going to be Babcock backing out for ball 1.
Yeah, I thought that maybe that would have been a good time for the East coaching staff to go out and talk to Lobbin-Jeffries to try to get him to calm down. And only the catcher went out after they gave Goodman some time. And that first pitch was up in the eyes of Babcock for ball 1. Second pitch is in the zone, and Babcock takes a check swing, but I think it was in the zone, and maybe he went anyway. So it's a 1-1 count here with one out and runners on first and second at the bottom of the first.
Yeah. Just like you said, 1-1 count. It's Lobbin-Jeffries fires in there for strike 2, and maybe the conversation with his catcher there, and Botman was just enough to kind of maybe get refocused there. It's a 1-2 count now. The 1-2 with 2 runners on, 1 out. Fires high for ball 2.
Close pitch around the zone there for Lobbin-Jeffries. We'll see if he comes back with one similar to that, just a little bit more in the zone, because it looks like he tried to take something off on that pitch. And maybe we'll see something relatively similar on a 2-2 count.
Checking second. There's the throw, and that'll be a swing and a miss for strike 3, and that'll be the second out of the inning.
Yeah, again, kind of went away from Babcock there, and good aggressive swing there by Bridger to swing at anything close, but a little bit too far low and away outside of the zone, and as he chased that one, and that's going to be out number 2 here with runners first and second, and we'll see the next batter come to the plate for the Eights.
Yeah, it's Schaefer, who did not play in game number 1. Is the first pitch low for ball 1.
I think he came into left field right at the end of the game when they went to Scheffelbein, but did not bat, correct.
Yeah, I should clarify that. Thanks for the catch right there, and we'll see what happens here. It is going to be, again, 2 runners on, 1 ball, no strikes, and Lobbin-Jeffries going to go and step off the rubber right there and just check second and keep him honest. Did not throw over 2 seconds. 3-3 your score. Pierre surrendered the first 3 runs. They tied things up here in the first on some doubles here, as Lobbin-Jeffries is going to run and go catch that for out number 3. So multiple runs get across, all courtesy of some doubles here to end the first. We'll step aside. We'll go to the top of the second here next on KCCR.
Hey you. Are you at a job that is fulfilling, has good benefits to support you or a family today, and retirement goes down the road? If you just said no, listen up. CHS River Plains is hiring operations personnel, drivers, and custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Back here on KCCR, 1240 AM and 98.9 FM. Wyatt Birchko with you. Blake Dean on the call on this Wednesday evening here. And right now, Pierre answers it was just a game of doubles for a hot minute there for Pierre.
Yeah, it really was. 3 doubles in the inning for the Eights in that bottom of the first off the bats of Sun and Shine, Eilers, and Stoscher. 3 doubles in the inning, 3 runs across for the Eights, and got a whole new ball game, Wyatt. 3-3 here as we go through to the top of the second.
Yeah, it will be this 8-9-1 hitters dude up here. It will be Lemon Jeffries, so we'll start things off. Josiah, I should say, Lemon Jeffries. It will be Cooper Wasman and Jude Timmett will start things off here in this second inning of action. Top of the second here is we are at 7:46 here. Game 2 did get started a little bit early. We were projecting at 7:30. They got started at 7:24 as Lemon Jeffries will swing and miss for strike 1.
Yeah, we'll see if Stoscher's able to bounce back from that first inning. He was around the zone, just a lot of hard contact. We'll see if he's able to stay around the zone, but get his defense a little bit more involved here in this top of the second, and then hopefully that extends throughout the game. Similar to kind of that first game, to your point earlier, Wyatt, was, run in the first inning for the East bats, and then they kind of quieted down through the rest of the ball game. So we'll see if that also plays out here in game number 2.
It is a 2-1 count. Those last 2 pitches were high in the zone. Stoscher fires it and tries to go up again, but can't get it into the zone for ball 3. So a 3-1 count here. I should make it no outs, but we will fix that here in just a moment. 3-1 count. Swing and miss is almost swung out of his shoes there for strike 2.
Yeah, pitch looked maybe a little bit inside to Lobbin Jeffries, but he did kind of bail out after that swing, so we'll see what happens here, 3-2.
Stoscher trying to get it, and he can't as he throws it into the dirt for ball 4, and that will put a runner on first.
And I'm guessing they might run here for Lobbin Jeffries being the pitcher. Yep, looks like they're going to call time and get a courtesy runner over at first base.
Yeah, we'll see who they put out there. Somebody get a number for a second. They didn't have the numbers in the front. They only have East in the front, so we will. 40-something. So got a partial number there. We'll get you that courtesy runner here.
First base, number 44, Brady Murrah.
Brady Murrah, there we go. Big thanks to the PA announcer for that. So it is a runner on first. And coming up to bat now as well is Cooper Wasman, who did bat in that first game. He did have an RBI single, so he went 1 for 2 in the first game. First pitch was in there for strike 1. Second pitch, it bounces off of the catcher, Sun and Shine. That will advance the runner to second. That will be ball 1 as well.
Yeah, Murrah that ball gets away from Sun and Shine as it's in the dirt there from Stoscher, and that allows Murrah to take second base as he's running for Lobbin Jeffries.
So the 1-1 count here. Stoscher will throw it, and that will be fouled for strike 2, and the count's 1-2.
Now we'll see if Hudson can finish this batter off, and then we're coming up here on the top of the order here for East.
Yeah, Jude Timmett is up next here, and then if they can, they'll get it to Sporer. But Stoscher trying to maybe end the inning with Timmett and try to go with another pitch there, and that's going to be high in the zone. And you got to like what Sunshine's doing. He is, saying that he's acknowledging how good the pitch is. It's just not maybe where the ump is calling what normally would probably be strikes. He's calling those outside the zone. The 2-2 swing and a miss for strike 3, and that's strikeout number 2 for Stoscher here today.
Yeah, Wasman goes down swinging for the strikeout and the second strikeout of the ball game for Stoscher to this point. 4 outs, 2 of them being strikeouts, but that does bring up the top of the order for East and bring Timmett back up to the plate.
0-1 here in game number 2. Did fly out to Hunsley in center field in his first at-bat. Again, Post 15 East just had their 4-game winning streak snap. The Post 8 had a 6-game losing streak snapped. And once again, it's another pitch up high for ball one. You got to wonder how long he's going to try to keep going up there before he realizes he's not really going to get the call I think he's expecting.
I think the biggest thing is I think he's not getting his plant foot down as he's throwing, so those pitches are starting up high as that one comes inside for ball two. I think he just needs to get the plant foot down and then throw, and then he'll be mechanically lined up to be around the zone if he's able to land that left foot before he releases the ball.
Here's the next pitch. Outside for ball three.
And maybe part of it, too, is just not wanting to give the top of the lineup guys anything good to hit, especially with a runner on second.
Yeah, again, runners on second, like you just mentioned there, Blake. Stosur is checking the man on second, and now you see Timmett has seen a pitch go by for strike one.
Yep, after 3 consecutive balls, you just kind of want to see if the pitcher can get one over. Otherwise, you get a free pass to first. So good take there from Jude Timmett here, and he's going to look for a pitch in one spot here at this upcoming pitch.
Next pitch, and that's going to be outside there to say or inside, for ball four, and that puts runners on first and second now. And we have seen already here today that we have seen runners come scoring from first. So as always, anything's possible, but Timmett is now going to reach on a walk, so he's at first. The courtesy runner, Imara, is sitting now at second. And up to bat here is Sporer, who did reach on air in his first at-bat. He'll swing and miss for strike one.
Good pitch there by Stosur to get on top of Sporer here. You got Sporer, and then you have Lunders following. So a couple of pretty big bats in this East lineup that'll be up here shortly.
Stosur gets it. Bounces out of the glove there of Goodman, and that will load the bases up here in the top of the second.
Yeah, tough play there for Goodman over at third base. Just kind of bounces out of his glove and not able to field it cleanly. If he was, that's maybe the start of a tailor-made double play ball, as he could have gone to second to first. But now the bases are loaded with one out, and that brings the big bat of Colin Lunders to the plate with the bases juiced.
I'll say you could even tag the man who was making his way to third Mora, who was making his way to third in that first pitch in there for ball one. So it's a 1-0 count, still one out for Sioux Falls East. Pitch two in the zone, and finally Stosur sees the pitch he wants to throw and gets it in the zone.
A good breaking ball, was able to kind of curl back in over the inner half of the plate. Lunders just kind of wanted to see that one first, and now he's going to load up if anything's close.
And in the dirt, and picking it up quickly there is Sunshine. Even though the bases are loaded, it basically would have to go all the way past Sunshine to even consider sending the man home, and it's going to be ball two.
And I don't know if that ball hit off of the back foot of Sunshine or if it went off the back leg of the umpire, but that had a chance to be very dangerous had that gotten past him.
That is going to pass by Sunshine. A run is going to come in. It's going to make it now 4-3 in favor of Post 15 East. And just like that, he empties out first, and Sioux Falls East has regained a 1-run advantage.
Yeah, another off-speed pitch that I think he was trying to locate and didn't reach the plate and gets away from Sunshine and gets to the backstop, allowing Murrah running in place of Lobbin Jeffries to score the go-ahead run.
Next pitch catches the outside part of the zone for strike two.
And now let's see if now we'll see if Lunders can hit with 2 strikes and shorten up the swing, be aggressive if something is close, looking like it's close, going to be in the zone.
Swung. This one is going to be over Goodman, and this is going to bring another run in, and that will make it now 5-3 Sioux Falls East.
Yeah, got him to chop it into the ground, but Lunders is a big, strong kid, and that one got over the top of Goodman at third base. And we're going to see Coach Elliott Life make his way out to the mound to talk with Stosher here after that single from Lunders to plate another run.
Yeah, just calm down kind of type of situation. I mean, you got everybody in the infield coming in as well. I'm trying to get some more potential weather updates, but I have not seen updates for quite some time, although there is some warnings that are still in effect now. At least the latest one we have until 8:15, and I'm having to guess here. I know our Zach, who has been in the studio basically for like over 36 hours now, it feels like, but he is still, looks like he is still live right now. So he didn't get done until 2 yesterday, had election coverage and everything, and then he comes in at 5:30 to do a radio show the next. I mean, if you want to know the life of a radio guy, there you go.
I was going to say that's
sports. I mean, sports does it too. There's some days John gets back, who knows how late. It's
yeah,
like
right.
You don't even sleep for 24 hours. That's
Nope.
kind of that's the life of radio. Man goes, Sunshine's going to throw it, and now you got a runner coming at home. They're not going to get there in time, and that will be another run. The double steal pays off.
Yeah, that's great job there by Sporer reading that. And, you know, Lunders took off with the pitch trying to draw the throw. They did draw the throw from Sunshine to second base, and the relay back to the plate isn't able to get Sporer, and he scores to make it a 6-3 lead for East. And just like that, East plates another 3 runs here in this top of the second to make it a 6-3 ball game, and only 1 out here for the Eights in this top of the second.
I was going to say that you had low-scoring affair games yesterday. Pierre is now facing high-scoring affair. They had the high score in game number 1. Now they're facing a deficit of 3, but it's a 6-3 contest here so far. Game number 2 of this doubleheader, as you are listening to KCCR Pierre, 1240 AM, 98.9 FM, a Riverfront broadcasting station, as we're nearing the 8 o'clock hour on KCCR. Next pitch, high, in there for ball 3. Wyberich, go with you. Blake Dean here. So we'll get a full game in.
Yeah.
After I was saying we started early, so I can't really like say like you were late because we started early. So
I've been late to plenty of ball games, and I catch grief from your coworker for being tardy to those games also. So
and that was ball 4, so it does put a runner on first. And you know, it feels like we always give John gives us a hard time for being late. One of the two. I actually haven't got one yet, so I'll take that. I say that I'm going to be late for work tomorrow. No, I'm totally kidding.
Just keep showing up on time, and I think you'll be okay.
At least I try. You know, him and R's got this kind of beef. I don't understand what it is, but, you know, they give each other, like, I know it's obviously joking, but I told him one of these days let's get that in a second. This is going to be a single out into left field. They're going to set another run home, and that is another RBI single, as Boomin is going to get the RBI credit there, and coming home, or excuse me, now, as I say, that is Nuttall, I apologize, but it is going to be Boomin who does reach on a walk, and it's going to be Nuttall who gets the RBI single.
Yeah, now 7-3 in favor of East, as that single by Nettle was just outside the reach of Babcock over at first base, and plates another run in Lunders. You know, this Sioux Falls East lineup, Wyatt, has 4 college baseball players on the roster.
Really?
So you've got 4 guys that come back, and you know, there's a reason why they're as good as they are, as Stosher's now up 0-2. Lunders, who is their number 3 batter, plays for the University of Sioux Falls, which is a Division II school. You have Murrah, who just ran for Lob and Jeffries. Go ahead and call this one.
There's a 6-3 double play there. I almost butchered that, but that is a way to get the inning retired, or at least the top of the inning retired here. That will go to the bottom of the second. Pierre's got some work to do on the bats here, and we will step aside. 60 seconds. We're back here on KCCR, 1240 AM, 98.9 FM.
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
Looking for your next new or used car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up all online. New or used, shop for it all online anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
Back here on KCCR, 1240 AM, 98.9 FM, and lots of runs are coming in this one. We've already scored more runs in, well, I guess we're one run away for tying the today high, but Wyatt Barichka with you. Blake Dean, it is 10 runs scored. The first game had 11, as Pierre did win 9-2 in game number 1, but Sioux Falls has definitely figured it out here, Blake, in this game, and it's only 2 innings of baseball played.
Yeah, the bats have definitely woken up for post 15 East. And again, I think a lot of that goes to you probably are. I think you need to put more respect on Carter Templeton for how he was able to quiet the bats of post 15 in that first game, only allowing them to score 2 runs. As this is a team, like I said, Wyatt, that has 4 college baseball players. I think one of them is just a pitcher, but you do see 3 of those bats that are college bats in the lineup for this post 15 East team, and 3 of their top 4 guys are playing college ball, and it shows when they come back around at the top of that East lineup.
Yeah, Porter Hunsley is up to bat here. You'll see a pitch go by for strike 1, and at the mound again, it's Libman Jeffries, who is at the mound still, kind of just settled in, and he kind of finally figured things out here. Here is a hit. It's going to be fielded there by Meyer. He'll throw it over the first for the easy 6-4 or 6-3 play there.
Yep, just a ground out 2 hopper to Meyer. He didn't have to move very much. Able to set his feet quickly and get the speedy Hunsley over at first base for out number 1 here in this bottom of the second, and that'll bring back to the top of the order in Carter Scheffelbein.
So Scheffelbein is at the plate here, and he did reach on a single in his first at bat, and that first pitch is going to go by for strike 1.
Yeah, we'll see if Carter can start something here for the Eights here in this bottom of the second, just like they had going in the bottom of the first.
And this one's going to be hit, and it's going to go for a bloop single in the center field, and Scheffelbein will hold on first.
2 for 2 for Carter. Good to see him starting to get the bat going here in this second game. And always a threat on the bases when number 10 gets on first base, because there's a threat that he may steal. But I think his run is too valuable right now to risk him stealing second base. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong before.
Yeah, Hudson Stosier doubled in his last at bat. There goes Stosier, as you kind of maybe alluded that he might not have gone, but he's going to go anyway and gets a second.
Yeah, Scheffelbein taken off right on first movement by Libman Jeffries, and it looked like they maybe had a pitch out on, because the pitch was basically more so a chance for the catcher to try to get him at second base on the throwdown, but just maybe a quarter or a half step too late, as Scheffelbein was able to beat the throw and steal second base, as he is now in scoring position here with 1 out in the bottom of the second.
2-0 count now for Stosier here. Jeffries is going to get set here to fire pitch number 3 of this at bat, and will catch the zone for strike 1, so makes the count 2-1.
It'll be An opportunity for Stosher to help himself here, as he did with that double back in the first. We'll see if he can make it 2 for 2 here in the second.
Next pitch in the dirt. Sunshine doesn't head to third. He'll hold off. His nice job there by Butman for stopping that and not letting that really go by. That could have been an opportunity for Sunshine to advance, but it's going to be a 3-1 count.
And Stosher's just going to look for one pitch in one spot here, just trying to get on base any way he can, as there was a pickoff move by Lavin Jeffries. He didn't release the ball, though. And it'll be ball 4 as Stosher reaches first base here with one out here. So now 2 runners on for the Eights, and the tying run is in the on-deck circle, as Riker Edson moves into the batter's box.
So it's going to be Edson, who did ground out in his first at-bat. It was a 6-3 play for Edson, and now he's going to try to maybe bring in a run. And once again, it's Lavin Jeffries. He has done quite a bit when Sunshine is hanging out there.
Yeah, he's worried about the speed of Scheffelbein at second.
And that's going to be a hit by pitch, and just like that, the bases are loaded.
Yeah, one pitch, and I think Lavin Jeffries, to your point, Wyatt, was more concerned with Scheffelbein at second base than he was with the batter, as he definitely plunks Edson in the back there, and that makes it a now we've got the bases loaded here with one out in the bottom of the second, and Sutton Sunshine coming up. He doubled in his last at-bat, and a double in this spot would be huge to get the Eights clawed back into this ballgame.
Yeah, they're working a part of the mound, seems like. I mean, that was kind of the first thing that the coaching staff looked at when they got to the mound, was where Lavin Jeffries was kind of stepping at, but maybe just kind of just refocus, and now you got to force out anywhere for this at-bat. It's going to be,
the catcher, number
again,
3, Sunshine.
I apologize. It was Edson who did get hit by the pitch, and now he stands at first. Sunshine is at third. You got Stosher at second. Pitch here. This one hit into right field, and it is not playable as it bounces out of play. And that is going to be a called strike 1, and it's a 1 count.
Yeah, fight off that pitch was Sunshine there over to the right side. We'll see if Lavin Jeffries comes up on his own and if he's able to put the barrel of the ball to it, as that one is low and away in the opponent batter's box. Good job by Boomin to stop that one from getting to the backstop, but a 1-1 count here from Lavin Jeffries to Sunshine, and that's something you don't see very often there, Wyatt, is out of the windup, Lavin Jeffries just steps off the mound. He didn't like the feel of the ball and asked for a new one.
Yeah, so it's still a 1-1 count. The tying run is at the plate right now in Sunshine. Sunshine, the ball is going to be hit. It's going to be into center field. 2 runs should come in. Rounding third is going to be Stosher, and he is in. And that is going to be a 2 RBI single for Sunshine.
Yep, Sunshine puts bat to ball, barrel to ball, and 2-run score for the Eights to make it 7-5. And good job of cutting that ball off by Jude Timmett, the first baseman, because that kept Edson at second base rather than allowing the throw to come through and Edson potentially go into third. So now that force play stays alive everywhere, as Will Eilers fouls this one just in front of us here in the press box for strike 1.
Still waiting for one of those ones that just right here, just waiting for one to come in. I'm totally kidding.
There you go.
Let's have John have that moment first before we take that. This is going to get by Bowman, and this will move the runners a base. So now you got a chance to bring in 2 runs and a chance to tie it as well with a swing of the bat.
Yeah. this is exactly what the Eights wanted here in this bottom of the second. Just an opportunity to get themselves back into a ball game. And to your point, Wyatt, Will Eilers has a chance to do that here with one out in the bottom of the second.
Pitch. It gets past Boomin, and you already got a runner who's going to the plate. They're going to call him out, and that is just a lucky bounce there for Boomin to basically run to home plate. And I know for a second there it was Edson who was like, do I go? And then he already committed. He said, might as well finish it off, but we'll get called for out number 2.
Yeah, and like you said, just a really lucky break on the bounce there for post 15 East, as that ball basically hit the stone back there and basically was a pop fly right back to Boomin, and he didn't have to move very far. Catches the ball and is able to dive in front of the plate and tag Edson out for out number 2.
Pitch in the side or outside for ball 3, and it does look like East is getting set to maybe make a pitching change here in the near future. You got to wonder those pitch counts for both post 15 and post 8 are starting to kind of creep up there. This one fouled off. It's going to go straight back for strike 2.
Yeah, as of right now, at least according to the post 15 East game changer that I'm looking at, Lobbin Jeffries this will be pitch number 40 for him, and Stosher has thrown 52 through 2 innings.
Next pitch, swing and miss for strike 3. That will retire the third or the second here. We'll go to the top of the third with the post 15 having their 8-9 or 7-8-9 due up next in 60 seconds.
Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do. Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back, the sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good, solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. With plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance.
Visit mfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company assigned its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Contact the Brittany Shufflebind Agency, LLC, 224-6627.
It is the top of the third, and it's just been a bunch of hits here. It's been a bunch of errors that's brought in runs, but it's Pierre down 2 right now. 7-5 your score on your American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebind scoreboard. Wyatt Barichka with you. Blake Dean joining me on the call here, and now you got Stosher back on the mound here. What do you kind of hope to see out of him in this third?
You know, I think the biggest thing for Hudson here in this top of the third is just continue to fill up the strike zone. You know, if East is going to make hard contact, they're going to make hard contact. But you know, just fill up the zone. That's all you can do. That's all you can ask a kid to do on the mound at the Legion level. And you know, if they're going to make contact, your defense is back there to support you. So I think that's the biggest thing for him. He only has 3 walks to this point through 2 innings and has not hit a batter or given up a wild pitch either. So I think just continue to fill up the zone as much as you can if you're Hudson Stosher, and let East get themselves out as this one's fouled back behind the screen here, back behind the backstop for strike number 1.
It is right now going to be Hudson Wybalis. It'll be Lippman Jeffries, and Cooper Wasselman in this one, as this one is going to be hit there over to the shortstop and dropping the first base as Babcock, and Shufflebind was trying to get it over there to Babcock, just couldn't field it, and that puts a runner on.
Yeah, just a tough break, and Shufflebind had a couple of hops right to him, and normally that's an out 99 times out of 100, but Babcock unable to squeeze it at first base and secure it, so that puts the runner on at first here in this top of the third with nobody out.
And Stosher now will throw it to Lemon Jeffries. That will be in there for ball one as it goes high and upstairs.
And I will say, Stosher to this point, for the most part, has looked pretty comfortable out of the windup. Out of the stretch has been where things have been a little bit more challenging for him, just having trouble locating as he's looking back over to first base to keep the runner close in Weeblehouse. But he's able to dive back in safely to first base as Lobbin Jeffries has an opportunity to help his own cause here.
It is going to be a 1-0 count still, and sounded like he got hit on the helmet, but he turned away last second, and it'll be ball two.
Yeah, he got out of the way.
I did turn up the crowd mic this time.
Oh, okay.
I just realized that I haven't been turning that up the whole time, and that one's going to get in the zone for strike one.
Yeah, hopefully this is similar in contact to what Stosher just had with Weeblehouse, and it's hard ground ball at somebody to set up a double play.
Next pitch, ball three. You got to wonder, too, if coaching staff for Pierre might consider maybe getting somebody warmed up. They did do that, that East did, and they're actually still doing it right now on their end in this top of the third. Next pitch, this one is going to be popped up in, going to be Babcock right there for out number one. Just kind of settled underneath it and put one away.
Yep, good out there for Stosher. Good out there for Babcock, also able to kind of shake that last one off and camp underneath it and make the play. So one out here in this top of the third, and now that'll bring up Cooper Wasmond to the plate. And then I think the lineup turns back over to Timmett after that.
Runner is going. Here is the throw down, not in time. And that will be ball one, but it is going to put a runner on second. And still one out there, but it is ball one.
Yeah, stolen base there for Hudson Weeblehouse. He's able to go from first to second on that one, and that puts another runner in scoring position for East here with one out.
Wasserman did strike out in his first at bat. He lets that go by for strike one.
Yeah, strikeout would be big here for Stosher, but again, that lineup turns over back to one of the college hitters in Timmett afterwards.
The 1-1. This one swung into center field. It is going to drop, and they're going to try to send a runner home. Babcock will throw it to home, and it's going to be a run scored, and just like that, it is now Sioux Falls East 8, Post 8, 5. That will be an RBI single.
A good piece of hitting there by Wasmond, able to go back up the middle and drop it right in front of Hunsley. Hunsley went in and tried to hit the cutoff man in Babcock on the play, and they maybe had a chance to get him out if he fields it cleanly, but a little bit of a bobble there, and that allows the run in Weeblehouse to score from second. And to your point, Wyatt, 8-5 is our score.
And how about this hit? This one going to be fielded there by Sun and Shine. He tags up on second and throws it over to first for the 6-3 double play.
Yeah, good effort
Shuffle
there.
line, sorry.
No, you're good. Good effort there by Carter. Able to just take it himself, step on the bag for out number 2, throw it across the diamond to Babcock for out number 3, and get post 8 out of this top of the third with only one run across.
We'll step aside, back in 60 seconds here on KCCR.
Spring is the season for a fresh start, and that includes your technology. Whether you are looking to upgrade or need to breathe new life into your current device, CommTech is your one-stop solution. Experience the brilliance of LG OLED TVs, the immersive sound of Sonos and JBL, or the unmatched performance of Lenovo laptops. Buy with confidence thanks to our price match guarantee and 0% interest on selected purchases. We're your locally owned technology experts on the truck bypass. CommTech, we sell the best and fix the rest.
Koenig of Oneida, Pierre, and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating, stop in and see us at Conag with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
Back here on KCCR, 1240 AM, 98.9 FM. Wybert's got Blake Dean with you here. It looks like there's still some sort of severe coverage as our Facebook page is still live. So if that tells you anything, how Zach Nelson is going right now, and yeah, according to my Facebook page, he is still live right now. We do have a new pitcher for Sioux Falls East. We're going to try to get that to you here in just a moment.
Colin Lunders.
Yeah, Colin Lunders is going to go ahead and get the call to be the pitcher, and it looks like Lemon Jeffries will now go to third. Now I'm going to have to play like guess who.
I can take the binoculars and get you numbers too.
Check it out. They also got Weibel Haas all in left field, and it looks like that might be the changes. I might be missing one, but next inning here, or the bottom of the third, I should say. Only one run came across for East, so Pierre's got 3 runs to make up here in this third inning, and right now it is Goodman who is at the plate, and he's now 2-0 in the count.
Yeah, it'll probably take Lunders some time to get used to maybe filling up the zone here, as he's able to do just that on the 2-1, or to now make it a 2-1 count here to Goodman.
The 2-1, as you mentioned, Lunas will throw it in there, ball 3. And he was definitely the one warming up in the at-bat. I mean, how long do you really think that somebody, I mean, from your experience, should take time to kind of get a full, decent warm-up in, especially if you're already getting on the field, you're already playing a position, and then you're going to have to be called to go pitch?
Yeah, it kind of varies by person. Some guys can kind of just walk from the field without much of a warm-up, and some guys it really takes them a while to get going, as Goodman's going to ground it out to Lobbin Jeffries at third. High throw, but Timmett does a good job of fielding his position well and tagging out Goodman for out number 1.
Yeah, just might as well, since you're right in front of him, might as well do it there. So that will be a 5-3 ground out there for Goodman. And Pierre's bats, I mean, they did start hot. Now it's once again, they've cooled down just a little bit.
Yeah, and you look at Colin Lunders, again, playing collegiate baseball at the Division II level for the University of Sioux Falls Cougars. And this is a guy who, I'm not sure, I'd have to look up their program where he's listed, as that one's a ball down in the dirt to Babcock here to make it a 2-0 count. But he is, you can tell he looks like your prototypical college baseball player, number 3 hitter, because he's big and he's well built, well put together young man of probably 18, 19 years old. So he is and now they put him out on the mound after coming in from left field. So obviously can put him in a lot of different positions, and you're going to feel pretty good about yourselves if you're post 15 East.
Yeah, it is a 3-1 count now. And Lunders will throw it in, catch the zone, and he has now got it to where he can put another one away here. It's a 3-2 count. Lunders gets set, fires, and will lose him on ball 4. Got back into the count, but just lost him in the end, and it puts a runner on first.
A good eye there by Babcock. He's able to draw the walk and get to first base, putting a runner on with 1 out here in this bottom of the third. Lunders is, well, actually, he will be going to the University of Sioux Falls because he just graduated this year. So I apologize for that. East does not have any college freshmen that will be playing on this team, but they do have 4 guys that are committed to playing college baseball, and he's one of them.
That is amazing. This is going to be hit right to Lunders. There's 1, there is 2, and that will end the inning there for the eights right there. It was a 1-6-3 double play there. Nice job by the defense of East. We'll step aside. We're back at 60 here on KCCR, 1240 AM and 98.9 FM.
Koenig of Oneida and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating, stop in and see us at Koenig with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
Going to the top of the fourth. Wow, we're already 4 innings into this game here, Blake. And right now it has been Sioux Falls East in the last 2 innings, outscoring the Eights 5-2.
Yeah, this is big opportunity here for Stosur to get back out on the mound after only allowing 1 in that top of the third, and maybe put up a 0 here in the top of the fourth and keep the Eights close as he...
I don't want to start that way.
No, unfortunately, drills first batter he sees on the first pitch in Sporer, as Sporer is now on first base.
So just like that, it's going to put 1 on in. Now you got Sunshine who's going to make his way onto or go up there to Stosur. You got to wonder maybe what the pitching situation is like. Again, they did play games yesterday, but also there is that you don't have a game until Monday, so everybody will basically, if I'm not mistaken, will be technically good to go on Monday against Brandon Valley. So we'll see what the pitching situation's like going down the rest of the way. Top of the fourth, this one is going to get over Sunshine, and now you got a runner advancing to second, and watch out for third right there, but it is going to be Sporer who goes over to third. It's going to be a 1-0 count.
Yeah, yesterday the guys that are not eligible to pitch today for post 8 are Hunsley, Edson, and Babcock. So, and then of course Templeton. Technically, Scheffelbein could come back in and throw here in the second game because he didn't meet the pitch threshold to need any days of rest. So he could be available here, but not your complete stable of arms for the Eights as Lunders fouls that one off over to the left side.
And it's going to make it now a 2-1 count. No outs either. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, no outs. I don't know why it's on my scoreboard. Once again, it'll take time. Takes time to get... It's all fancy tech up here.
Yeah, only the best.
Only the best, I'd agree. And there's a nice pitch, is what my old PE teachers say. That's a juicy peach.
There you go.
There we go. I needed to put
I was going to say, we needed one of those at least.
One of those.
Yeah, got one from you last week. Good to get one again from you.
Hey, try my
a couple weeks ago, wasn't it?
It had to have been right before state.
Yep.
I think, something like that. The 2-2 swung on and out of play.
Foul balls can be returned to the concession.
And we'll stay at a 2-2 count. I'm just waiting for a can of corn, but the wind has not helped me out here.
No, nothing's really been a can of corn necessarily with the weather being the way that it's been here tonight. But clouds look they have gone off to the south and east here so far as Lunders actually strikes out. So nice pitch up in the zone to get him by Stosur for out number 1.
Yeah, that is the first out. It still has a runner on, but it is 8-5. On your American Family Insurance, Brittany Scheffelbein scoreboard. That is the third strikeout here for Stosur in this contest. Now I'll bring up Booman, who he's had RBI twice now. 2 RBIs here today. First pitch catches the top part of the zone for strike 1. That's where he was been wanting to go in this game, and it feels like he's slowly, finally, maybe finding that sweet spot that he wants to go to now. The 0-1. Fire it in there and up high for ball one.
I'm going to circle back to one thing you said earlier, Wyatt, which was RBIs. I've had this conversation with John before on previous broadcasts. As this one is going to be fouled off by Booman back out of play. In my opinion, it should be the abbreviation should be RSBI instead of RBIs because it's runs batted in plural rather than run batted ins. Do you see what I'm saying?
I didn't even know that's how it was.
So I always go with RSBI rather than RBIs, but nobody's going to listen to me because I'm one person, and everybody in baseball vernacular typically says RBIs just because when you abbreviate. Are you hopping on the bandwagon?
I'll jump
Heck yes. I mean, we've got a member.
Hey, and if there's anybody else out there, feel free to chime in on that chat.
RSBI.
RSBI.
Hashtag RSBI.
Put it on X and see if it goes true.
There you go. We'll try and trend.
Are you on X?
Yeah, I am.
There we go. We're getting a hater over there. Hey, sometimes it just takes a couple of people to get a movement going.
That's right.
All right, next pitch is going to be ball 4, and that will put 2 runners on here, and still nobody warming up for the 8s. I'm only saying that because of the pitch count. It's got to be starting to climb up just a little bit. I mean, every inning has had at least 4 batters. The first 2 had a total of 17 batters.
Yeah, that pitch there, this will be pitch number, at least according to the post 8 game changer, this will be pitch number 77 for Stosher upcoming.
And there's a field in there by Carter Shufflebind over to 1, trying to get the double play and got it. That is a nice double play, a 6-4-3 double play will retire the top of the 4th. We'll step aside and you got something there?
Oh, I was just going to say that's first 0 of the
first goose egg of the
game for the 8s.
There we go. We'll step aside. We're back in 60 seconds here on KCCR.
For over 60 years, Ferding Electric has been powering homes and businesses across central South Dakota. When you need reliable electrical service, trust the experts with decades of experience. Whether it's a simple residential repair, a complex commercial installation, or even electrical work on your farm, Ferding Electric has you covered. And if you're tired of searching everywhere for that hard-to-find bulb, Ferding Electric carries a wide selection of bulbs, including those hard-to-find fluorescent and specialty options. Visit us at 2903 East Elizabeth Street or call today, 605-224-8684. When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at EnvirotechWaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
Back here at KCCR, 1240 AM, 98.9 FM is, the RSBIs. Yeah,
there you go.
The story of the contest
Absolutely.
so far.
That's a great segue.
Hey,
fantastic.
Hey, I got to try my best sometimes
Hey.
to include some things in broadcast. The RSBIs. Is John on that train too?
He's not, no.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
I feel bad that we're just talking about him.
We're working on trying to get him on the train, but I have been unsuccessful to this point, unfortunately.
Maybe I just need to quit calling him John Sparrow.
Well, see, I kind of like that nickname, though.
I think it's cool. I thought it's cool. I mean, Zach's drill sergeant, just because, gotta make
lays down the law.
Yeah, I mean, gotta.
Oh, come on, Riv.
That is foul out on the third base side. And I was, I just have done it, and he gets annoyed about it every single time, and I think it's just hysterical.
Yeah.
So I think that's just the youth in me trying to come out because I am the youngest out of the staffing there.
Yep.
So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but
probably a good thing for now.
Here is a hit out into center, but it's going to go right over to Sporer for out number 1.
Yeah, being the youngest in the office is never a bad thing.
Yeah,
You get preferential treatment to some degree.
Fair enough. That was an out to center. That was Porter Hunsley who would pick up that out, and it's now Carter. Or did I get that wrong? I apologize. I did.
Nope, you got it right.
Carter Schaffelbein will hit that out into left for a single, and that will be, how about 3 on the day?
Yep, 3 hits so far for Carter. Good to see his bat start to get hot because when he is on base, he is always a threat and gets into the heads of the opponents in terms of, is he a threat to steal? And he's always a threat to steal when he's on. So that kind of makes everybody think twice about, maybe where the pitch location is going to be when they pitch to the next guy at bat, and that would be Stoscher in this circumstance. But always good to see number 10 on the base paths.
And that one low in the dirt for ball 1. I just noticed this too. 4 errors for post 8, 0 for East right now. It's only a 3-run game, so post 8 has had more hits too at 7-5, and once again, Schaffelbein's speed getting a distraction there.
Well, and to your point, Wyatt, the game script has kind of flipped from game 1 to game 2, where it was East that really struggled fielding the ball in that first game, and then post 8's really struggled here in this game.
And this is going to be a hit there. Is going to be probably ruled as an error, as Lemon Jeffries could not field it at third, and that will put 2 on.
Yeah, we're talking about that East has played a clean game to this point, and then, first error on the board. It's kind of the announcer's jinx in reverse, I suppose, if you're a Pierre fan.
I was going to say that probably was better for our post 8 fans out there. 1 out, 2 on. As next pitch, this one going to be hit out into right field. It's going to drop there, and it's going to load the bases up, and it's going to hold Schaffelbein at third. I think he really wanted to give it a shot, but that was too close maybe to send him home.
Yeah, run's too valuable right now, and an out is too valuable. Good piece of hitting, though, by Riker Edson. He's able to go down the right field line and plop one right in front of the right fielder. To your point, I think Schaffelbein kind of had to hold up and watch that one fall before he took off, so unable for Coach River Iverson over at third to send him. But now the bases are loaded, and Sutton Sonnenshine's to the plate, and he has really spanked the ball around the yard here in this second game, 2 for 2 with a double and a single. Halfway to a cycle here as he watches ball 1 in the dirt here with the bases loaded again.
That's at first, Stoscher at second. Shine is at third, and that pitch goes in for strike 1, so it's a 1-1 count now for Sunshine. That is definitely, I'm like looking at the first name of the thing. And Sunshine will hit that out, and it's going to be caught, but tagging up is Schaffelbein, and that will score a run.
Sunshine just smacked it again. Unfortunately, he hit it right at the left fielder as he's able to make the play. And
productive out.
Yes, it was. I guess it goes down in the book as a sacrifice fly and not an at-bat for Sunshine, as Schaffelbein is able to score from third and make it an 8-6 ball game, so get a run back for the 8s. But if he hits that, maybe 10 feet to the right or 10 feet to the left, we're looking at a much different outcome and maybe a much different ball game as a result.
All right, here's the next pitch there. It's in the zone for strike 1, and this would be the the batter that could take the lead if he's able to get on here. Is you got 2 runners on, 2 outs, 0-1 count, and this one going to be swung and missed there by Eilers for strike 2. And everybody has now batted in this inning for post 8, and only 1 run accounted for. The 0-2, 2 outs and 2 on. Will throw it, swing and miss, strike 3, and that will retire the 4th. As we will go to the top of the 5th here, and right now Pierre down by 2. 8-6, they do get 1 run across. We'll step aside. We're back in 60 seconds on KCCR.
At Shane's Pharmacy, your health and your time matter to us. Our team takes pride in providing personal, professional care, from filling your prescriptions quickly to answering your questions every step of the way. Need a little extra convenience? We offer free delivery right to your home or office. Because at Shane's Pharmacy, you're our family, friends, and neighbors, and we're honored to care for you. Shane's Pharmacy. Feel better for less and stay well with us. Call 605-223-9200 or stop by in Fort Pierre. Shane's Pharmacy. Proud to support our local high school athletes.
When your tank's running low and your stomach is growling, there's one place Pierre trusts, DJ Settings. Feel it fast, grab ice-cold drinks, selection of fresh donuts, and that perfect cup of coffee to keep you moving. Friendly faces, quick stops, and everything you need right when you need it. So next time you're on the go, make the easy stop. DJ Settings. Fueled by community, driven by you.
PR 1240 AM 98.9 FM. Wyatt Briscoe with you and Blake Dean on the call here on this Wednesday evening here from Hyde Stadium in Pierre. Actually, a really nice evening. I think the camera's making the sky a little too nice out.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I mean, it's showing pink in the clouds. I don't see, well, I guess you can see it out of the distance.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
That cell has moved out of the area and, kind of leaves a nice nice landscape when those shelf clouds kind of move out of the area, to your point, Wyatt, and they take that thunder and lightning away from the area, and of course the thunder moves out of our area, and the Thunder also aren't in the NBA Finals, as the score right now is 50-46 Spurs with a minute to go before halftime.
What do you got on that?
I like the Spurs. I think they're too deep. They're too young. They're too athletic. And then when you've got a guy that's 7'4" that can handle the ball and shoots threes the way that Wembanyama does, I think it's just too hard to stop, and it's too much. So I've got the Spurs, but the Knicks are playing really well coming in and look like a pretty solid team, as Myers actually going to get hit with the pitch here by Stoscher. Another leadoff batter that Stoscher plunks right away to start this top of the fifth.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm making the case now that I know everybody's not a fan of the Thunder, but I think they're built to help us save from what the Spurs are about to do, because their stars are like 22, 20, 21, and 20.
Yeah.
And they have all the cap space in the world right now, and they are going to be very, very good for a very long time.
Yep.
It's going to be fouled off for strike one. It's just like, I like dynasties, don't get me wrong, but the Spurs, and I'm going to make my Cowboy reference. You know what? I'm going to throw it out there.
Okay.
The Patriots and Spurs, back before the Cowboys can make a conference championship game. That's all I'm saying. Here's a throw down to second, not in time, and watch out, and hopefully the runners are all right there. Myers is on second.
I don't think Scheffelbein hit him. He just lost his hat. Hopefully,
yeah, just
he's
like
okay.
The way it was all angled from my view.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's just like, some of our teams just, how can the same teams always figure it out?
Yeah.
And one team doesn't.
Well, part of it is you got to have luck on your side, right? I mean, part of the Patriots deal is, who would have thought that pick number 200 in the 2000 NFL draft would turn into the greatest player to ever play football, number one. The Spurs have gotten really lucky over the course of basically 40 year window to have the right player available to them with the number one pick basically a year after they haven't been good, because started off with David Robinson. They were really bad for the year that he was hurt and didn't play the whole year, which led to them getting the number one pick and then drafting Tim Duncan. Then they go on their run in the 2000s as they're going to get a walk to Weeblehouse, to put two on here with nobody out, and now we're going to see Coach Iverson come out, and we'll see a pitching change here for the Eights here in this top of the fifth.
Let's see who they put on the mound here. Again, pretty much everybody besides who pitched yesterday is available, and that will be the case here. And yeah, down 8-6 is your score right now. They are going to give it off there to...
They're going to go to Shufflebine, looks like.
Going to go with the Shufflebine. We'll step aside here. We'll be back on KCCR as we'll see him for the second time on the mound, if I'm not mistaken, here today. So we'll be back in 60 seconds here on KCCR.
For years, you have trusted Larry Fry Heating and Cooling to keep your home comfortable, no matter the season. Now that same commitment to quality service and expert care has a new name. Introducing Kruger Climate Systems. We're familiar faces, the reliable technicians, and the same dedication you've always known, now under a new banner. From essential repairs and routine maintenance to brand new installations, we're here to ensure your home's perfect temperature. Kruger Climate Systems, your trusted partner for a comfortable home. Call us today for all your heating and cooling needs.
Inheritance, romance, and investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
Carter Shufflemine making his second appearance on the mountain today as he helped get that win in game number 1, 9-2, and now he's coming in now having his team trail in this one. And so, I mean, if you got the ability to pitch, you might as well throw him out there, especially again since this is the last game of the week for Pierre, and will probably be available Monday if need be against Brandon Valley.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're going to have your full stable of arms ready for Brandon Valley. You know, maybe we'll have a chance to see them throw Templeton at Brandon also. But then you go up and play against Bismarck on Wednesday, and then you're in the Dakota Classic on Friday. So more than likely you'll probably see Templeton against Brandon and then let him or try to make him available for South Dakota teams in the Dakota Classic later on next week. So we'll see how that all plays out as next week comes around. But yeah, you just need somebody to throw for you right now, and that's going to be Shufflebine as Lobbin Jeffries squares to bunt and pulls it back for strike one.
Count is 1-0. Just a straight switch for post 8. Is the next pitch for Shufflebine. Really just did throw a lot of fast pitches, but he did throw some nice off-speed pitches, and now that is going to be a 0-2 count as that fouls off. The 0-2-8-6 your score here on your American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. Have not heard. Must be the tornado's not super severe because, again, we mentioned with the radio broadcast and the pitch going to go by for... Is that strike 3? They are going to call it strike 3. I just didn't see the emphatic, the expression.
Yeah, the punch out. Yeah,
no, that's what I was waiting for. So that was Lobbin Jeffries who will get caught striking, or he will strike out there. That is the first one for Shufflebine, which means he now has, in total on the day, he's got 3.
Yeah, Carter probably looking to pump fastballs to the bottom 2 guys in the East order. Got that first out of Lobbin Jeffries on 3 pitches, and I haven't seen him try to throw anything off speed yet. He'll probably save that or those looks for the top of the order, but good opportunity here to get another out.
Shufflebine throws it in and just inside for ball 1. So it's a 1-1 count, 1 out and 2 on.
There is some activity out in the right field bullpen for the 8s also, just in case either Shufflebine struggles or they want to save him for maybe later on.
And that is not going to hit the bat, so it's actually going to advance the runners 1 base over, and that will be putting runners on for second and third now as it gets by Sunshine. So it's now a 2-1 count now. Shufflebine. Gonna get the call here. It's set. Now we'll fire it up high for ball 2.
And it looks like it's actually Will Danberg in the bullpen for the Eights, which is a good sign because Danberg, one of the top 3 arms from the spring season, but started the year on the injured list. So good to see him at least getting some bullpen work in out in right field, as that one is a strike to make it a 3-2 count here from Shufflebine. Infield in, trying to cut the run at home if the ball is hit on the ground.
8-6 your score, 3-2 count. Trying to get out of it, and just on the inside for ball 4. And now the bases are loaded.
Yep, bases are loaded, and then now I think you're going to see Wyatt, the middle infield, move back to double play depth to try to get a double play if the ball is hit up the middle here by Timmett here.
So that was Wasserman who made his way over on a base on ball. So now you got runners on first, second, and third. Timmett is at the top of the order here. And the first pitch in there for ball 1. Still only 1 out, too. So this could get either very good for post 8 to try to get out of this inning, or it could go a different direction, which they're going to want to try to avoid here. Swing and a miss for strike 1.
Yep, Shufflebine able to blow that one past Timmett here. And again, if he's able to fill up the zone, I think the Eights are in good position. But again, corners are in currently in middle back with the bases loaded and 1 out. Just trying to get either the out at home or rolling a double play if it's up the middle.
Yeah, 1-1. This one going to hit straight up and out of play for strike 2.
Foul balls can be returned to the concession stand for $1, courtesy of the
1-2 count, 1 out. And if you get the out here, you can have a force out anywhere, which will make life a little bit easier for post 8 if that becomes the case. The 1-2 from Shufflebine. Winds up. Here's the pitch. And this one going to be hit fouled. And that is going to be out of play either way. And it'll stay 1-2.
A good fight there by Timmett. He is signed up to play baseball at Dordt College in Sioux City, Iowa next year. So a good ball player going to play at the NAIA level. And obviously, good ball player like that is going to hit leadoff for your team more times than not, and that's what Timmett is doing here.
The 1-2, it's swung and missed for strike 3, and that will be the second out of the inning, and now post 8 just needs a force out anywhere.
Yeah, good off speed there, good time for the off speed by Shufflebine, and Timmett wasn't looking for it and goes fishing after it, and with every base occupied, it was a dropped third strike, but didn't have to throw anywhere, was sun and shine. So 2 outs now, and everybody can go back to normal depth with the batter in Sporer at the dish.
First there for strike 1. Yes, that is the first strikeout for second strikeout for Timmett are in both games. So he's been getting on base quite a bit, or he's flying it out. Those are kind of been the 2 results. Sporer has been hit by a pitch. He's reached on air twice, and now he dodges that pitch for ball 1. 1-1 count with 2 outs. Shufflebine trying to get out with only no runs coming across the plate. The 1-1, Shufflebine fires it, and going to be outside for ball 2.
Yeah, a little bit low as well. We'll see what he decides to go with, probably going back to the fastball because he's been able to locate that relatively well here so far.
Next pitch, once again outside for ball 3. So you can get out of the inning, or we're going to see a run come across because of a walk.
Yeah, good job by Carter to just kind of step off and regain his breath and composure. We'll see where this 3-1 pitch, what this 3-1 pitch is in terms of off speed or fastball.
Pitch swung on. This one is up in the air and in the dugout. Babcock tried to run for it, but it was out of reach for him, and we'll stay at, or no, we'll go to a 3-2.
Yeah, good effort there by Bridger. Just unfortunately, just a little bit too far out of play for him to have any shot at that one, as it, to your point, went into the post-state dugout. But now everything's full, and now the runners are going to get a head start.
The 3-2. Here they go. That one fouled and will stay alive.
Yep, everybody moving because 3-2, anything in play, you're just trying to get to the closest space. So play is actually at first here for the infield if anything's on the ground.
So we'll try it again. They'll start going. Shufflebein throws it. This one hit out to center field. Hunsley getting underneath. He puts it away. And the 8, who had the bases loaded, do not surrender a run. And that is a huge inning for the post-8 defense there, Blake.
Yeah, huge way to wiggle out of trouble there by Carter Shufflebein. You put him into the ball game with 2 runners on and nobody out, and he only allows 1 base runner and puts another 0 up on the board and keeps the 8s in the ball game.
60 seconds. We'll be back here on KCCR. Sioux Falls East 8, Pierre 6, bottom of the 5th next.
Has been your local CPA firm for over 40 years, offering tax preparation, bookkeeping, payroll, and consulting services. If your business, farm, or ranch needs professional, accurate, and reliable services, we are your firm. Our clients are our #1 priority. If you need a higher level of accounting service, give us a call at 605-224-5828. That's Stolken Peterson, LLP, 222 East Missouri Avenue in Pierre.
Has life left a dent in your ride? Or maybe you're dreaming of a fresh start for your classic? At Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, we bring vehicles back to life. Located right here in Fort Pierre with over 25 years experience, we specialize in expert auto body repair. From minor dings to major collision work. Got a boat or RV with fiberglass damage? We handle that too. And for projects needing a complete refresh, our professional sandblasting service preps anything ready for a perfect finish. For quality work you can trust, Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, 605-280-4451, 310 West Highway 1434 in Fort Pierre.
Back here on KCCR, 1240 AM, 98.9 FM, as we get you set for the bottom of the 5th here. We're about an hour and a half into this game so far, so kind of going a little bit slower in game number 2, but it feels like that's how it usually goes for most of us here.
Yeah, just over an hour and a half of game time so far, to your point, Wyatt, and now we're through 4.5 innings, and Jackson Goodman will lead off this bottom of the 5th, fouling one away over on the right side of the field and out of play for strike 1.
So it is a 0-1 count, and again, Pierre down by 2, 8-6 your score. Goodman lets it go by for ball 1.
So going back to kind of what we were talking about earlier too, Wyatt, you've got the Spurs in the finals.
I want the Knicks to win.
Okay.
But I feel like the Spurs are just they're in it for a dynasty. I mean, it's just kind of the reality. But they made a whole new rule, and I know this is a basketball conversation as Goodman has that hit off of him. But actually, if the new tanking rule, as they got confusion there, it was fouled. It hit the batter first, but hit Goodman first. But if the new tanking rule was in effect, the Spurs team now would not exist. So they have you can't have a top pick for 3 consecutive
3 years in a row.
5
Right.
Can't be in the top 5 or top 3 for I don't know what. I mean, it's just trying to avoid not losing. Here is a big swing, but it's going to be a very shallow high pop fly, and there's that can of corn that's basically don't have to move much there if you're Meyer.
Yep, just right underneath Meyer. He's able to glide to his left a few hops and put it away for out number 1, and that will bring first baseman Bridger Babcock to the plate. But yeah, you're right that this year, this last draft would have been the third year in a row that the Spurs would have picked in the top 5, and they selected Dylan Harper with that pick, and he has been everything that they could have asked for an 18 or 19-year-old kid to be, or 19 or 20-year-old kid to be, I guess I should say, because he has been phenomenal in their playoff run to this point.
A 0-1 swing and a miss there for Babcock for strike 2. And this is not what you want to see out of post 8 as far as an inning goes, because that's going to be a swing and miss for strike 3. So that will now make it 2 outs and bring up Alan Johnson to the plate.
Left fielder, number 2, Aiden.
Or Aiden Johnson, excuse me.
Yeah, Lunders has really come into this ball game and looked like a college baseball player, and he, on his perfect game page, he's listed as playing basically wherever you want to throw him. Catcher, infielder, outfielder, pitcher. If you need him there, he'll play there, and he is showing you why, taking the mound here and really quieting the post-8 bats here so far.
As Johnson did check swing for the first one, and he hits this one over to Meyer, who will throw it over. That's a 3-up, 3-down inning. We'll step aside. It is 8-6, top of the 6, coming up next here on KCCR, 1240 AM, 98.9 FM.
Most of us already know that Gales Gas of Pierre is the place to call for propane. They offer an automatic fill plan so you never have to worry about running out of propane. They accept debit and credit payments or a budget payment plan to spread out the cost throughout the year so you never have surprises when you get your bill. For delivery, convenience, and great customer service, call Gales Gas at 224-5518. That's Gales Gas at 224-5518.
At Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, we salute the service and sacrifice of our members. To show our appreciation for veterans, active duty military, and first responders, we're proud to introduce the We Salute Service and Sacrifice Loan Program, granting a special rate reduction on eligible consumer loans. Valid offer on new secure loans only. Internal refinances and unsecured loans do not qualify. Veterans, active duty military, and first responders, contact our loan team for more details. All deposits are insured up to $250,000 by NCUA. At Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, we're big on you.
Back here on KCCR, 1240 AM, 98.9 FM. I'm trying to think of how long I've had our power supply out in our field camera, which we haven't shown you in a hot minute. There's our field camera. It is going to be the top of the 6th inning here, as right now the last 3 innings have been the last 2 innings for the Pierre defense have been a shutout, which is what you want to see, but you also need some runs to come across here now in this inning. And Blake, I mean, they're doing the defense right now, just the runs are not coming in.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is credit to the guy that you're going to see coming up into the batter's box here for Sioux Falls East and Colin Lunders coming on the mound and really quieting the post-8 bats so far, as first pitch from Shufflebein here in the top of the 6th is ball 1 to Lunders. But he has come onto the mound and really made it difficult on the post-8 offense to this point.
Trying to see if we have any more severe weather. We'll keep you up to date on that. And does not look like that. And as soon as I talk about the camera, oh, it came back. All right. I don't know what happened. Either way, it is a 2-0 count. And it looks like our severe, at least, weather coverage is come to a close. And it comes to a close of almost 4 hours that News Director Zach Nelson was on the air for all the crazy weatherness coming up, and who knows if it's even done yet. 3-0 count. Shufflebein fires it in, and there's a strike right there.
Yeah, Lunders 2 for 3 so far in this ball game. 2 runs scored. He has a double, 2 RBI, and he does have the only out he has is a strikeout, as that one is fouled back to the netting back behind home plate to make it a 3-2 count.
The 3-2 now as Shufflebein does get back to it.
Oh, I had an opportunity to say it, and I didn't. RSBI. 2 RSBI.
If
There
we're
you
gonna,
go.
if we're
We
gonna
gotta-
do a
we
trade,
gotta
we gotta
be-
actually like be able to say you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, we're failing in our movement here.
Agreed.
Next pitch, swing and a miss for strike 3 as Scheffelbein puts this first out away.
Yeah, Lunders really pulled his head there. He was looking for the fastball, and Scheffelbein threw him the off-speed pitch that was out of the zone, got him fishing, and he was gearing up for the fastball for sure, and his head was almost back in the Sioux Falls East dugout as he strikes out for this first out of the inning.
And now this will bring up Bowman, who will see the first pitch go by for strike 1. Scheffelbein with 3 strikeouts already here in this game. Now, inning and a third pitch so far. Here, down by 2, 8-6. Here's the pitch. Low and for ball 1.
Yeah, Booman, recent graduate of Washington High School in Sioux Falls. He's going to one of the guys that's going to go play college baseball for East. He's going to go play at Dakota County Technical College in Roseville, Minnesota next year.
And that next pitch inside and having to shuffle out of the way for ball 2. So it's a 2-1 count now for Scheffelbein. Again to Booman. Be Ethan Nettle and Cale Meyer waiting to see. Meyer will have to wait to see if he gets an opportunity. The 2-1. High for ball 3. Now starting to really just kind of throw it everywhere and maybe hoping to get a call with Scheffelbein. He's not been able to find the zone lately.
I think just needs to gear up here and get the mechanics right as Booman's able to ground this one through the hole between first and second for a base hit, as that will be his second hit of the ball game. Now a single and a double for him as well. He is halfway to the cycle, as is Lunders. So the 3-4 guys for East, the 2 guys that are doing the majority of the damage.
Still 1 out, and it now brings up who has flown out and got an RBI here today. See, I'm trying to correct myself.
There you go.
Now. Yep, we got to correct ourselves. And that one's going to get past Sun and Shine, so that will allow Booman to round second. He's not going to go to third, though, and that will be ball 1. And now you're really kind of seeing some of the defensive struggles here for Pierre in the late stages of this game. I mean, they've held Sioux Falls East scoreless, but it's usually kind of the early stages of each inning where the defense just kind of is just surrendering a couple of things, but not allowing runs to come by. And there's Scheffelbein finding the zone for strike 1.
Yeah, it was a tough first few innings for the Eights, to your point, Wyatt, but since probably about the third, the defense has really kind of settled into the rest of the ball game. So unfortunate on that wild pitch, as this one's going to be lifted to right.
And trying to get it, it's going to drop foul. So a long foul ball for strike 2, I believe.
Yep. Nettle pieced that one up, and Eilers went after it, just unable to make the catch over near the right field line as it lands, to your point, Wyatt, harmlessly out there for a strike to make it a 1-2 count. Here with 1 out in the top of the 6th.
I feel like this is a must-needed pitch to result in an out somehow, some way for Scheffelbein. Hit the pitch. Just outside for ball 2, and that looked good from up here.
Yeah. But that's why we're up here and not behind the plate. He's got the...
I'll say we're just the guys with the microphones
in
front of us here. Next pitch. It's going to be high. I thought that was a check foul, and now it's going to be Sun and Shine to run it back to home plate. I thought that looked like a foul for a second, but...
Well, it was a check swing, and the batter offered, or it was close. Maybe he did. I couldn't tell if he did or not, but the ball got away. I think...
And that's, I think, where Sun and Shine kind of maybe took a second, because he wasn't sure if that looked foul, but it's still 3-2. and ball 4. So Sunshine will lose the batter, and that will put runners on the corners now. And now we'll have a discussion here and probably just kind of let's relax a little bit kind of conversation and maybe get a game plan here. You're a double play away now from getting into the bottom of the 6, and really it's going to be a big bottom of the 6 for the 8s here when they can get into the bats, because those are going to be big coming up. But how about the coloring outside here tonight as well? We're getting the beautiful sunset that we just cannot see behind us. But
yeah, I mean, it's one of the nice things about these storms that come through when they pass, they really set the skyline up for kind of the light show and the color show that you don't really get anywhere else other than on the plains and on the prairie.
Yeah, it's always amazing. I've actually been really impressed of the sunsets that Pierre has offered. Shuffleball fires it in, and bunt was being showed, pulled back for ball 1. Again, you got a double play opportunity at second and first. I guess you got the force out, too, on second as well. 1-0 count. Up now for Meyer. So he will pull back again, and it's going to be low for ball 2.
And maybe they've got like the safety squeeze on here as Meyer's kind of squared around the last couple pitches, but I haven't seen Boomin over at third make a break for the plate.
Put this one out of play for strike 1. But yeah, I would agree. I haven't really seen Boomin really try to go for it, and he hasn't really tried to go for steals. It's really when the ball has passed. That's the only time we've seen him really go. But now he's got a pretty big lead there. This one going to be hit. It's going to be fouled if it's not caught, and now it becomes out of play, and we're out a deuces count.
And Danberg again up and throwing in the Governor bullpen, so good to see him up and moving around, even if he doesn't come into this ball game. Just good to see him, one, in uniform, and two, just getting some work in.
The 2-2 count. Shufflebein fires it low for ball 3.
Yeah, big pitch right here in a big spot. We'll see if Carter's able to locate here 3-2, because if not, bases are going to be loaded and we're in danger territory for the 8s.
Here is a swing and a miss, strike 3, and that will put the second out away. That was a much needed out.
Yeah, I wonder if they had the hit and run on there, Wyatt, because that was a pitch that was kind of more up in the eyes of Cale Meyer, and he was dead set on swinging through that pitch. And for some reason, I think he could have held up and we would have had bases loaded if you're East, but decides to swing. But now runner second, third with 2 out.
Foul pitch there for strike 1. Weeboss is up to bat. He has struck out once. He has been based on a walk a couple of times as well here this evening in game number 2. It is 9:14. KCCR Pierre, Riverfront Broadcasting Station. Shufflebein on the 0-1. Fires up high for ball 1.
Yep, another big
advance to second too. I just noticed.
Yeah, he took off on the strikeout on that last play, but big spot, big at bat in this ball game right here, as Weeblehouse is in the box against Shufflebein with 2 outs.
Pitch up high again for ball 2. It feels like they're trying to get that upper part of the zone, but it's just not. It's not working out, and that was Socher too in the beginning. They're trying to go for that upper part of the zone and just not able to really get where the umpire's liking it to call it, but we'll have a 2-1 count. Shufflebein, swing and a miss for strike 2. Nice pitch there from Shufflebein.
Yeah, if Carter is able to get that foot down, his lead foot before he releases the ball, that's going to set him up for success, and he's able to go out of the windup now with runners second and third.
Shufflebein, as you say, Blake, from the lineup, delivers. Got him for strike 3. Caught him looking. And that will put the third out, and another goose egg inning, and a much-needed goose egg inning there for Post 8. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. We'll step aside. We'll be back here on KCCR, 1240 AM, 98.9 FM. We're back in 60 seconds.
At Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, we salute the service and sacrifice of our members. To show our appreciation for veterans, active duty military, and first responders, we're proud to introduce the We Salute Service and Sacrifice Loan Program, granting a special rate reduction on eligible consumer loans. Valid offer on new secure loans only. Internal refinances and unsecured loans do not qualify. Veterans, active duty military, and first responders, contact our loan team for more details. All deposits are insured up to $250,000 by NCUA. At Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, we're big on you.
Wagner Auto and Pierre has been hitting home runs for over 100 years, delivering quality vehicles and top-notch service to our community. Whether you need a rugged truck, a dependable SUV, or a fuel-efficient car, we've got the perfect lineup to keep you on the road. Proud sponsor of this season's baseball action, we're here to help you drive home a great deal. Stop by today or visit WagnerAuto.com. Wagner Auto, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer.
Back here on KCCR, 1240 AM, 98.9 FM, as we get you set for the bottom of the 6 here, Blake. And to me, it feels like this has got to be you got to get at least a run here, but B, I feel like it's a much-needed big inning coming up here with 9-1-2 due up.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for the 8s these are the guys you want in the batter's box. If you are Post 8 to get yourself going, and it starts with Porter Hunsley, the center fielder, as he swings through an off-speed pitch from Colin Lunders for strike 1.
Yeah, Lunders throws in a first pitch strike, swung and missed here, already getting set, fired in, and low for ball 2. And trying to see how quickly he's going here. He's like, as soon as the batter's set, he's going. I mean, doesn't even really take a sec. He fires it in. This one's going to be hit and going to be handled there by the shortstop, but can't do it because he was bobbling in his bare hand, and that was Meyer who couldn't handle it, and that will put a runner on. And couldn't have asked for a better start there, Blake.
Yeah, and I think even if Meyer fields that cleanly, Wyatt, it would have taken a big-time throw across the diamond to get the speedy Hunsley out on that play. So Porter at first, and now Carter Shufflebein at the dish. And Carter is one of the guys you want in the batter's box for Pierre in this spot, with a guy on first base, and him representing the tying run as he takes ball 1 upstairs.
Shufflebein 1-0 count. Lunders throws it in, and Shufflebein gets out of the way for ball 2. American Family Insurance, Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard. Sioux Falls East 8, Post 8 6. Pierre did snap that 4-game winning streak here in game number 1 as Pierre picked up their first win of the season in a much needed way, it feels like.
Absolutely. Big way to get off of not having any wins, to pick up your first win against a team of East's caliber, as Lunders goes over to first to try to catch Hunsley napping on the base paths, but Porter able to sneak back to first before the throw.
So it is a 2-1 count now. Bottom of the 6th inning here in a doubleheader on a Wednesday night. Final game of the week here for Pierre, as they will get more games going in tomorrow, and still taking in the view of what we are getting to see here from Hyde Stadium. And yes, I did put a picture. Here is going to be a hit into the outfield, and it's going to put runners on the corners. And there's your tying run. Now going to sit at first, and Carter Shufflebein with another big hit there.
Yeah, 4th hit of the game for Carter, and that had double play written all over it.
Oh, absolutely.
Because if Porter Hunsley doesn't take off, they had the hit and run on. Porter Hunsley steals second on the play, or is en route to stealing second. Meyer, the shortstop, was going over to cover second base if there was a throwdown. And basically, Scheffelbein hit it right where Meyer would have been at, so he had to range back to his normal fielding position, wasn't able to get there in time. Ball gets to the outfield, and perfect opportunity by Iverson.
And here's another hit. This one is going to go deep. This is going to hit the wall. We're going to be tied here at Hyde Stadium. Rounding second is going to be Stozier. No, he will go back, but it's going to be Scheffelbein. Going to be all the way home from first, and we are tied at 8 apiece here from Hyde Stadium.
What a swing there by Hudson Stozier. Got all of that and then some, drilling it over the head of the left fielder to tie this ball game up, as Scheffelbein saw off contact that was going to easily clear the head of the left fielder, and off to the races with Scheffelbein. Hunsley easily scores from third for run number 7, and the speed of Scheffelbein allows him to score easily as well, as Wiebelhaus is out in left field, not able to catch up to that one. Again, barreled was that baseball by Stozier, and that will actually hit Edson in the elbow. So now not only is the go-ahead run in scoring position in Stozier, but now an insurance run is on base, as Lunders has really started to fall apart here in this bottom of the 6th.
That is I said that it needed an inning, and they got it there. What a hit there from Stozier, and yeah, you got 2 on, and we talk about Scheffelbein, the fact that he scored all the way from first, and I know that was a great hit too, but that is a huge, huge, huge moment here for Pierre. And now yes, they were down, but now, I think you're seeing some of that confidence from game 1 now coming back to show up here in game number 2.
Yeah, it really is. This is a team that, if you would have stopped the game after 3 innings with the score being 8-5, would have been relatively easy for this team to put their tail between their legs to some degree. After 8 runs score through the first 3 innings, the bats really were active in the first couple for Post 8, but really ever since Lunders has come on the mound in the 3rd inning, he has really quieted the bats of the Post 8 starters through his first trip through the batting order. Now in this second trip through, he has really struggled, and to this point in the bottom of the 6th has not gotten an out yet either.
So here's the question. Do you try to get your runner who's at second, Stozier, to third, and potentially maybe set up a double steal? Is that something you would maybe consider, or probably not?
I think that's too risky. His run means too much right now, and the guy at the plate in Sutton Sunshine has been red hot with the bat in his hands to this point in game 2. I think you let him swing away.
Yeah, he has made contact every at bat. As soon as I say that, that's going to be a single, and the bases are loaded.
Good hold there by Coach Iverson over at third to keep Stozier at third, because coming up throwing would have been Wasmond, and probably would have nailed Stozier at the plate had he sent him. So another hit for Sunshine. That's his 3rd of the ball game. But now you got the bases loaded, and now East is going to bring the infield in to try to cut the run with nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th.
And this is all with no outs either. So bases loaded. At the plate is Will Eilers, who has only had 1 hit today, and he struck out the last 2 times as well. So this is a huge at-bat for Will Eilers, who, again, has struck out twice here in game number 2. 0-1 count. Hits the dirt. That's going to get by the catcher, and we're going to have a lead here for the Eights. And coming in to score is going to be Stozier, and we have a lead change for the first time in game number 2.
Yeah, huge job by the Eights to come back in this ball game. And to your point, now they score a run without even having to put the ball in play, as that one leaked by Booman and allows Stosher to score from third.
So now runners at first and second now. And we'll get a ball 2 there. I think there was maybe a question of checking something, but you get one hit, you got 2 runners coming in. That will extend the lead. And now you have to make Sioux Falls East have to do a little bit more work. This one fouled back for strike 2.
Yeah, Eilers has really gone after the off-speed pitches low in the dirt, and then Lunders tried to sneak a fastball by him there. Eilers able to fight it off, make it a 2-2 count.
Again, no outs in the dirt. That's going to get by. Now this is going to bring in another run. As that one will get past Lunders, and that is going to be a 10-8 ball game because of the run that comes in, and now you got a lone runner at third, and that will make the count full as well for Eilers.
And they had a chance to nail Edson at the plate there.
They
he was
did.
a little bit indecisive on if he should go or not, and decided to pull the trigger. And the throw from Booman to Lunders was a little bit off target, and so the ball leaked past him, and Edson able to score.
This one's going to get by the catcher, and this is going to bring Sunshine home on ball 4, and it's now 11-8 for the Eights.
Yeah, 5 runs scoring, no outs. What a huge bottom of the 6th. This is, to your point, Wyatt, exactly what Post 8 needed in this bottom of the 6th inning. No movement so far in the East dugout to bring anybody out, whether it's a coach or to warm anybody up. Now it looks like they're going to send somebody down to the bullpen.
And now this gets by Booman, and this will allow Eilers to move up to second. And it just feels like everything that you could have go wrong for East is now you're seeing that go in effect, and everything that you can see go right for the Eights is going right for the Eights.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. This is a huge turn of events, and basically the bottom has fallen out for Lunders and East because he was looking fantastic through the first 3 innings that he came on the mound and threw, and this 4th that he has started has looked absolutely like the polar opposite from what he looked like through the first 3.
There's a foul tip there. It's going to be strike 1. And yeah, huge. This is a huge inning. There's still no outs. You're going to get potentially through the order here, and that one's going to hit the top part of the zone for strike 2.
Good job of framing that by Booman, the catcher, to maybe steal one for Lunders. But yeah, 5 runs with nobody out and a runner on second, and now he's gonna plunk Goodman, and I think that's the second time that Goodman's gotten hit.
That is his second.
So he's gonna have a few new tattoos coming home tonight, but now
not permanent tattoos, at least.
What's that?
It's a not permanent tattoo.
Yeah, they may be temporary.
And I think we're going to get a pitching change here. I think it's just you had this game with you, and now it's gone, evaporated, and now you're going to have the bats work in the top of the 7th inning, and they're going to bring up a pitching change. We'll step aside 60 seconds. We're back here on KCCR, 1240 AM, 98.9 FM.
Wind howls and the rain pours. Is your home ready? Introducing Pierre Roofing and Gutters, the newest name serving Pierre, Fort Pierre, and surrounding communities. Owned by Karsten Erickson, the same expert you've trusted for years at Karsten Erickson Roofing and Construction. We're expanding to keep our community covered. From full replacement to seamless gutter installs, Karsten and his team deliver. Don't wait for the next storm. Call Pierre Roofing and Gutters today for a free estimate. 605-280-8080. Pierre Roofing and Gutters. Built strong. Built local.
As community bankers, BankWest employees are deeply committed to supporting local causes, growing the local economy, and creating local opportunities. At a time when you can bank anywhere, we hope you choose BankWest. We'll be your financial partner for the long haul, helping you and your community achieve financial success. BankWest. Convenient, Connected, committed. Member FDIC.
Pitching change here now is this is a big inning about to happen here for the Eights here. It is a 11-8, 5 runs cross here in this 6th inning, and you know what, Blake? We still have no outs.
Yeah. Absolutely. This is 5 runs have come across this inning. Batters number 6 and 7 are on base right now for posted. We're going to see the 8th man come to the plate this inning, and East has yet to record an out.
Yeah, so they do make a pitching change. Robbins is going to come in, and it's Jack Robbins, number 18, who had a little bit of a warm-up, and then now we're going to get a quick conversation from the official, and we'll get ready to go.
Yeah, Robbins threw 28 pitches in that first game because he came on in relief in game number 1. So because it's the same day, he's able to come back and throw in this game as well.
But our button is being shown, and they'll call it a foul. It's hard to tell when it was just right in the batter's box, but either way, it will be in there for strike 1.
Yeah, the umpire was right on top of it, though. Just saw it leak to the left of the third base line, even though it stayed in the right-handed batter's box.
So it's a 0-1 count here, and again, it is Bridger Babcock who is up to the bat here. He did strike out in his last at-bat, has struck out twice, and he has reached base on balls. The 0-1. Robbins checks second, fires it. Bunt is being shown, and this is just going to advance. The runners are going to try to get the throw at third, and not in time. It is going to be safe, and the bases once again are loaded.
Yeah, that was not the correct read there by Robbins on the field there as he tried to go to third base and get Eilers out at third on the force. When he had the first out at first of Babcock, the sure out, he tries to get the lead runner instead because it was a relatively hard bunt right back at him, but he made the wrong read, and instead of taking time to kind of diagnose what was going on, he decided to commit to third, and Eilers is able to slide in and beat the throw, and now the bases are loaded again, to your point, Wyatt, with nobody out.
So Robbins going to get set here. Johnson waits the pitch, and that is going to be in there for strike 2.
Yeah, Johnson, the 9th man to come to the plate. Nobody has gotten out yet for post 8, and on deck is Porter Hunsley, who led off this inning with a single.
The 0-2 coming up here. East just trying to get an out here as this has been a lengthy bottom of the 6th. That one outside for ball 1.
Close pitch. Robbins wanted it, but umpire said was a little bit outside. But to your point, this has been a absolute nightmare of an inning for Sioux Falls East.
Yeah, they had the lead. That has been evaporated. And check swing for strike 3, and that will be the first out of the inning here for East against this Pierre offense that is it's just going all the ways that they could have asked for.
Yeah, this has been, you hate to see the first one be recorded, but had to happen sometime, and Johnson goes down swinging. He does foul tip it, but it goes into the mid of Booman for out number 1. But now with 1 out, that brings the guy who started off this inning back to the plate in Porter Hunsley.
Yeah, Hunsley singled in this inning. He's going to let the first pitch go by for ball 1.
Yeah, Hunsley, then Scheffelbein, Stoscher afterwards, Edson, and then Sun and Shine to follow if they're able to get all the way through to all those guys.
The 1-0 pitch, 1 out, 3 on. Hits the dirt for ball 2. You got to think another big hit here. You're going to at least bring in 2 runs. And if I would think about it, I mean, left field is looking not a bad place to hit right now.
No.
The 2-0. Going to go into the dirt for ball 2. you can just tell by the body language sometimes of like where you want to go for. And I think they're a little bit bored right now. They're just waiting for something to either go their way or come to them. And it's a 3-0 count here and a chance for Pierre to add a run on the base on balls. And it'll be Hunsley who just lets it go by. Now he sees a strike.
Yeah, I think to your point, Weebelhaus is out in left field, and he's one of the many fielders for East where, like you said, maybe their heads were up high to start this inning, as that is ball 4 inside, and Hunsley gets an RBI to just plate a run on a base on balls here. But to your point, Wyatt, the body language of all the fielders for Sioux Falls East is definitely on the negative side, as they came into this inning with a 3-run lead, or a 2-run lead, I guess I should say, and now they are down 4 with only 1 out and the bases loaded.
Yeah, and this will bring up now Carter Schaffelbein, and the first pitch is going to go by for strike 1. I mean, they can just keep playing this game, just let the walks come to them and let the runs come in that way. I mean, Robbins is trying to just get them out of this inning. Pitch goes by for strike 2. A big hit. Could do a lot more damage than it's already been done here. We still have a top of the 7th to get to, but we got to be close to 25 minutes in this bottom of the 6th. There's the hit. It's going to be fouled, though. And now you got to go play who's going to get the baseball first. As I saw 2 kids just jump up and get going.
Yeah, the lawn chair gang here sponsoring the foul balls for $1. That's
a pretty good deal.
That's a lot for those kids to hustle after those balls.
Next pitch, swung on. This one going to go to left center field. This one is far. It is going to get to the warning track. Schaffelbein is going to make his way around second. 3 runs are coming in. There's a 4th, and it's a triple for Carter Schaffelbein. Wow, what a hit, and what a way to get the bases cleared except for third.
Yeah, then that's the 5th hit of the ball game for Carter Schaffelbein. I don't know the last time that I've seen
a 3 RBI
player. I don't know the last time I've seen a player have 5 hits in a ball game, Wyatt, let alone multiple. Well, I guess that would be his first extra base hit of the ball game, but 5 for 5, 4 runs scored, 3 RBI for 3 RSBI for Schaffelbein, and if
there you go.
He is definitely your player of the game for what he has done in the batter's box tonight, as well as what he's done on the mound to come in and quiet the East bats.
Yeah, another pitch that goes into the dirt in Schaffelbein. I mean, he's just so fast. I kind of was hoping that they'd give him a chance, but I understand too. I mean, you got to keep this going, but he definitely, I think if you had a couple of games, I mean, him coming in relief, giving him the first win, but I thought Carter Templeton in game 1, if he had to give a player, I mean, the fact that he went as far as he could there, and that's going to be strike 1. And bringing up, that is a 3 RSBI triple there for Schaffelbein. Next pitch in the dirt for ball 3.
And now, instead of playing for the top of the 7th, Wyatt, now you're looking at potentially a mercy rule game because Schaffelbein's 90 feet away from run number 16, and now the mercy rule run is in the on-deck circle in Riker Edson.
Yeah, and you still got 1 out.
Right.
Out of all this. Here's the pitch. It's in there for strike 2.
And we do see some lightning out in the distance. I haven't heard any thunder yet, but
yeah, it's got to be pretty far out.
But kind of makes for a nice backdrop, though.
There you go. I was going to say I will try to pull that up here in just a moment. That's a foul, but let's see if that camera will pick it up. Yeah, it does just a little bit, but it'll stay a full count here. Bottom of the 6th, 3 runs needed to put this game in what will be a long night here to a close here for Pierre and try to get their 2nd win of the season. Pierre was down 8-5 at one point, then down 8-6, and they have come back, and ball 4. And nice job by Stozier to just be super patient. Let it come to him, and he's now reached first base and runners on the corners.
Yeah, good at bat there by Stozier. The top of this post 8 lineup, Wyatt, is
deadly right now.
Oh my goodness. They are a combined 12 for 13.
That is insane, and I mean deadly in a good way. I just want to clarify that. That's going to get by. Shuffle by, and will make his way across home plate. We got to get Stozier over to second, and that is another run. So that is now 16 runs for the Eights here today. And now you got that again. There, your run that could end this game is at home plate right now, and he's got a 1-0 count.
Yeah, Edson's the only one of the top 4 guys in this post-8 lineup that's gotten out so far. And as he fouls this one back to the screen here, and I can't even remember how he got out. He probably hit it hard at somebody because the way that these top 4 guys are rolling, they are
grounded out in the first.
Okay, so it was all the way back in the first. So since then, these top 4 guys have been amazing for post 8.
And that's going to get into right field for a single. Runners on the corners now.
Make it 13 for 14. I mean,
that's just wow. What a day to get the bats going here.
And now that brings up if he's not the hottest guy, because he can't be the hottest guy with Scheffelbein being 5 for 5. He's definitely hottest guy number 2 to into the batter's box right now in Sun and Shine. 3 for 3 with 4 RSBI, 2 runs, and a double. I think he had a bases clearing double back earlier in the ball game.
And he'll swing and miss on the first pitch for strike 1. And I think you got to think Sunshine is like, oh man, I can hit a bat if it's going to be a good one.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, now they're going to go warm up a pitcher, as somebody just pointed it out there. 0-1 count. Next pitch. He's going to make it 1-1. Just again, to get through this part of the schedule and get a couple of wins and win them the way you have, like, you got to be. I know if you're Pierre, you're looking at the record, it's like 2-6 is not really a good number, but when you think about how they got potentially these 2 wins, like, you're going to have to be pretty pleased of how that's going to turn out here for Pierre.
Absolutely. This is a good way to roll into next week, because next week is a big week for this crew. Starting off playing Brandon on Monday, and then you go up to Bismarck and play up there, as it's now a 2-2 count. And then you play in the Dakota Classic in Sioux Falls over next weekend. So some travel upcoming here for the Eights, but you definitely feel a lot better coming out of here with a doubleheader sweep of East, as Sun and Shine swings through that one for out number 2.
Yeah, he wanted that one. He liked that pitch too, but that is the second out.
But you have Brandon at home Monday night. Then you travel up to Bismarck Wednesday, and then you're in Sioux Falls Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the Dakota Classic. So, you feel a lot better there about going into those games, coming off of a couple of really nice wins against East, as opposed to going into that stretch of the schedule, condensed part of the schedule as well, with an 0-8 record rather than a 2-6 record.
I mean, we're saying like they have game 2 in the books, but we still potentially have a top of the 7th that could go the exact same way this is going right now. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2.
Oh, absolutely. And hopefully it doesn't, because that would mean that we're maybe here till past 10:30. But
oh my goodness, that would be something. The 0-2 to put this inning to a close. And got him, strike 3. So that will send us to the 7th. Pierre going to try to hold on. A huge inning. Let's do some quick math here. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I guess 10 runs. Yeah, I should have looked at the scoreboard.
No, you're good.
We're going to step aside 60 seconds. What could be the final top of the inning. We'll be back next here on KCCR.
As community bankers, BankWest employees are deeply committed to supporting local causes, growing the local economy, and creating local opportunities. At a time when you can bank anywhere, we hope you choose BankWest. We'll be your financial partner for the long haul, helping you and your community achieve financial success. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
AGE Corporation has been building South Dakota for over 60 years. For all your site work, construction, and crane needs, AGE is there for you. If you need a boat dock and dock lighting, AGE has what you need. Visit their website, agecorp.com, or give them a call at 223-2732. AGE Corporation, providing high-quality services without sacrificing safety. Visit agecorp.com or call 223-2732.
Back here on KCCR, apparently broadcaster math is not usually great. So that was only 25 minutes that they put 16 runs.
10.
10 runs. Wow. Sorry. I'm total of 16 runs in the game so far. But 10 runs in the 6th inning here. And all the Govs got to do, 3 outs. And they win number 2 of the season.
Yep. 3 outs before you give up 8 runs. And Shufflebine's up on the mound to try to do that, and we're going to see 8, 9, and 1 here for Sioux Falls East, and that starts with Josiah Lobbins-Jeffries, who started this game on the mound and has played the last 4 innings at third base.
Yeah, Josiah Lobbins-Jeffries has reached base once, he struck out once, and he has popped up to first base once here in this contest. 16-8. Your score, 10 runs, and that's a low pitch for ball 1.
Yeah,
maybe we're in for another 25-minute inning.
I hope not.
Hey, you never know.
It's true, you never know, but I
gotta be optimistic.
I would much rather this be a quick inning and
Pierre winning.
Pierre getting win number 2 to send them into next week, a big next week with a couple of wins.
Shufflebind, deep breath from the windup. Here's the delivery, and
over the head of Jeffries there, of Lobbins-Jeffries, to make it 2-2 count.
So 2-2 count now for Jeffries. Again, 8-6 was the score. It was 8-5 actually at one point as well. And Pierre has made their way back into this one. The Eights trying to hold on. Got him for strike 3 looking. Shufflebind puts the first away.
Yeah, he went to the off speed and the curveball as Lobbins-Jeffries was not looking for that pitch as he strikes out looking for out number 1, and that will bring up the right fielder in Cooper Wasman to the plate.
So it is going to be Wasman at the plate. Has reached base twice, struck out once. 1 out, gone by. First pitch for ball 1.
Yeah, this is going to be strikeout number 1. I'm going to. If it doesn't happen, I'll take the announcer's jinx. But this is going to be. I'm throwing out there a prediction here, Wyatt. 1-2-3 inning for Shufflebind here in this top of the 7th. And if it's all by way of strikeout, even better.
There you go. 1-1 count here. Is Shufflebind gets set, fires, and just outside for ball 2.
We've got a good one in the NBA Finals, 88-86 last I checked, in favor of the Knicks.
Jalen Brunson, I know, went to the locker room as well.
Really?
He did in the first half. I don't know if he's back or not. I did see that update. Stosher fires it in for strike 2. He's just throwing fastballs now. He's just throw the heat, see what happens.
Yep, looks like Brunson is back in the ball game. So,
oh, that's good news for the Knicks. That team just has the veteran experience. You got to think nobody on the Knicks was drafted by the Knicks.
Correct.
They were all acquired via trade or signing. There is a pitch outside, and the count's full. I think your broadcaster's jinx is gonna.
Gotta have faith.
Gotta have faith. Absolutely. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying you got to a full count. You know, you got to know when to time the jinx. That's
fair.
That is the point as well. You still got those lightnings out in the distance as well. A couple of them, and ball 4. So that'll put a runner on first.
Well, you win some, you lose some.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you put it. Usually, it's the worst is when the NFL announcers announce the kicking.
Yes,
when they're having the career game, and then they're like, "They're a perfect career game," and then it gets ruined by a game-losing field goal.
Yep.
In the final seconds of a contest. But reach on balls by Wasserman, and it brings up the top of the order. And this has also been an effective top. It has struggled here in the recent moments. Is that first pitch in there for strike 1?
Yeah, Jude Timmett will start off this top of, well, won't start off the top of the 7th, but will bat here with a runner on first and 1 out.
Yeah, the double play 2 could be set up if it's opportunistic. This one is going to be hit fouled for strike 2. And again, that's just Scheffelbein. He's not even trying to throw off speeds. He's not even looking to throw a breaking ball or nothing. He's just wanting to throw the fastball. See if you can beat him on the fastball.
Yep. And Timmett, to this point in the ballgame, 0 for 3, a walk, a run, and a strikeout. So a little bit quieter of a ball game, and he is going
to
take the strikeout there for out number 2.
Yeah, Scheffelbein, I mean, going to be the highlight of the highlight. I mean, this team is going to be the highlight as well, but you got to think. Scheffelbein comes in. He's thrown 2, 5. He's thrown 7 strikeouts in 2 2/3 innings pitched. And in the contest, he is thrown as one is going to be hit up, and that will do it here for game number 2. It took 4 batters, Blake, but it gets the job done here as the Cubs are also going to do the new, looks like a handshake there for the win here. We're going to take a 60-second timeout. We'll quickly wrap this broadcast up, and we'll send you off here on this Wednesday evening. We'll be back in 60 seconds here on KCCR.
Your mornings shouldn't start in chaos. At Pierre Closets, we create custom closets, laundry rooms, mudrooms, and more designed to change how your day starts, lowering stress, lifting your mood, and helping you get out the door on time. Manufactured locally in Pierre, our solutions are built around how you live. Reclaim your time by reclaiming your space. Call Pierre Closets at 605-223-5855 for a free in-home design consultation. Pierre Closets, organized for life.
When you're in the need for high-quality replacement auto parts, look no further than Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Pierre. Zander's has been servicing the Pierre area for over 40 years. Their professional parts techs can get you the parts you need and get you back on the road. Stop by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop at 500 West Sioux in Pierre or call 224-9221. Zander's, your source for domestic and foreign auto parts and accessories.
Back here on KCCR, 1240 AM, 98.9 FM, and the RSBI win the day here. It's Pierre Post 8, who just a 10-run 6. Really, I mean, it had to do it from behind too. The fact that they got the bats going when they needed to. They did it in the first inning, and then things slowed down because Lunas comes in and basically calms everything down, and then Pierre figured him out, and that's where everything kind of went downhill for the East post 15.
Yeah, it really, to your point, Wyatt, I mean, Colin Lunders comes in and throws 3 really effective innings after, post 8 was able to put up 5 runs through the first 2 innings, and he does allow 1 run in the 4th, but he basically throws 3 innings where he looks really on top and really in command. And the 8s were down by 2 runs going into that bottom of the 6th. And then, to your point, they just explode for 10 runs on the backs of 2 singles, a double, a hit by pitch, a single, a walk, a hit by pitch, a single, all before the first out was recorded. Just 8 guys able to get to the plate and basically load the bases. 5, or I think it was 4 runs that came in, 4 or 5, and then you have the bases loaded before. So 5, that would have been 5 runs. 5 runs score. Yeah. Bases are loaded before the first out is even recorded, and then another walk.
RBIs from Shufflebine.
Yep, and then a walk for Hunsley that brings in another run. 3 RBI triple from Scheffelbein that clears the bases. He ends up on third. Another walk to Stoscher, a single for Edson, and then they finally, after they change pitchers and go to Robbins, he does end up striking out the final 2 guys to end that top of the 6th, but just a huge inning for the 8s to go from down by 2 to up by 8 after that half inning of play is over. It took 25 minutes for the half inning to complete, basically, as Pierre sends 14 guys to the plate in that inning, and they score 10 runs and win this second ball game 16-8.
Yeah, win 2 in a row. That's the good news. Scheffelbein, I think, just overall day. I think if you have to give a player of the day, Carter Scheffelbein. I mean, the fact that he comes in, closes the door on game 1, basically did not strike out. He did not get out once. He was left on in the 3rd, but the fact that he had a day like that and he helps get that win. I mean, that the 3 RBI triple, I think that was just kind of like it was a moment of just, that's it for East. I kind of felt like if there was a moment that the game was won, it was that moment, just because everything was going right, and then you just let that happen, and it's just, what do you do? But Pierre Post 8s, they win this one 16-8 here as we're quickly wrapping things up. I know lots of us got some big days of work tomorrow. I know we both work early, but Blake, what else do we need to say before we wrap things up other than a great day? John, sorry that we got to call the wins and you're enjoying your vacation. I'm sure he's tuning in somehow, some way, because he loves seeing these guys succeed, and I know he's going to be calling some more wins as days get closer. But the fact that you got your first 2 wins, and it feels like, again, I know some players are out with some injuries and stuff, but there was also players coming back too. I think that's been helpful as well to see from the Govs. Not the Govs, the 8s.
Yeah, and to your point, Wyatt, the first 4 games of the Legion season, Carter Scheffelbein and Porter Hunsley were not on the field because they were competing in the state track and field meet in Sioux Falls. So, had some opportunities for some younger guys to step up and play some roles in those first 4 games. The 8s lose all 4 of those games, and then they come into yesterday and play a Sioux Falls West team, getting those 2 guys back acclimated into the lineup yesterday. They dropped those 2 ball games, and so the record probably looks a little bit more deceiving than it actually is. And then, so you bring those guys back into the fold. We did see Will Danberg, who was a fantastic pitcher for the Govs and the 8s last season. He also had a solid spring this year, coming off of an injury that's why he's missed the first few games. He's at least throwing in the bullpen, which is a good sign to see. But to your point, I think if you had to give players of the game 1 would go to Templeton, the way he shut down the bats for East in that first game. But I think if you had to give a player of the game for game 2 and just a player of the game overall for the doubleheader, it's Carter Scheffelbein going 6 for 7 in the doubleheader, 5 for 5 in game 2. He scores, I think he scored 6 runs as well. To your point, didn't strike out, walked once, and comes on the mound and throws an inning in game 1 where he strikes out 2 guys, and then in game 2 he comes in and shuts the door on East, throwing 3 innings of work and only allowing 1 hit, no runs, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts. He does have 2 wild pitches, but just a fantastic outing through 4 innings of work on the mound, and then when you can go into the box, hitting the ball, going 6 for 7, just a fantastic effort by Scheffelbein. And then not to forget, especially in game 2, Sun and Shine had a whale of a ball game, hitting the ball as well. So good to see those guys getting to start rolling here, because those are going to be 2 big bats that Post State's going to have to rely on as this season rolls along. So good to see them start to really see the ball and hit the ball well in this doubleheader. But to your point, I think this sets Pierre up really well for the start of next week when they face a daunting schedule, seeing Brandon Valley on Monday, going to Bismarck on Wednesday, and then playing in the Dakota Classic next weekend as well.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect way to put a pin on this one here from Hyde Stadium. Eights.
It'll take time.
You'll
get used to it.
Eights come out victorious in a doubleheader sweep. They win this one 16-8. Blake, appreciate you coming on the call with me, and I know you're going to be joining John a few more times.
Oh yeah, always fun, Wyatt. Thanks for putting up with me up here, and
thanks for putting up with me.
It's been a pleasure for sure. Always during a Post 8 win or a doubleheader sweep, you got to throw the roll 8s out there. So roll 8s, good to see them get this one doubleheader sweep, and will be fun to maybe come back on Monday and see them take on a pretty solid Brandon Valley Post 131 squad.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun game as well. I believe that's coverage. I believe John's on the call for that one.
I would think so, because I think it's here on Monday. So
I was going to say, I'm trying to think if he was coming back from vacation on time. But big thanks again once to John for allowing me to do this. And once again, Blake, thank you for your help as well. Big thanks to Emma back in the studio having to deal with us with our timing and everything and everything else. So we appreciate Emma as well. But for the entire Riverfront Broadcasting team, I'm Y. Barichka, and we'll tune in next time as we'll wake you up tomorrow at 6 a.m. on KCCR. Check out the recap. Going to be up here probably tomorrow online at kccrradio.com. As always, God is good. God is great. And I pray that you guys have a blessed evening. God bless. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning.